Hello, Rami. I'm back. Let's continue over some.
Fanfiction. Unleash your imagination. Proofread by Threed Phantom. Chapter 14, Friends. Izuku barely had the strength to lift his foot over the doorstep as he dragged himself and Shinso into his house, with Shinso being in an even less functional state. At least Ida got all the way back on his own 2 feet. Even the speedster was too tired to walk without dragging his feet. "You know Midoriya," Shinso started. "I'm starting to suspect you don't want me to go to UA." Izuku froze and stared at his friend, only to witness a devious, though tired, grin. "Why else would you try to kill me with training before the entrance exams?"
Wait, did we actually do this part? I need to check out that. Because if we did, this would be bad news. I don't want to waste time making a video with parts I already did. So I know I did probably this part or not. I gotta check. Okay, since we did it, it seems like we already did part 14, this part over here. Oh my god, I did not know I would be this tired.
Fanfiction. Unleash your imagination.
Ooh, this is not making me right.
Izuku is keeping a very close eye on Hitashi's coffee, at least during evenings. Proofread by 3D Phantom. Mostly, I made a little addition afterwards. Chapter 15, The Villain Exam. Their training for the entrance exam was finally over as the happy, tired trio left their usual training spot. The entrance exams were only a few days away, so whatever happened, they could take the next weekend off just to have fun. Unfortunately, they needed to see Hitachi off for this weekend first, the worst part of every weekend for the past few months. It didn't help that they had worked up plenty of sweat and the February weather did not suit that well. Luckily, one of them had blowtorches for hands when there weren't too many people or police close by. Even the ever law-abiding Tinya moved in closer to the heat, covering the fire from being seen in the process. "Thank you," he said. "Can't risk any of us getting sick right before the exams," Izuku said. "At least Toshi is going to get into a warm train soon. And then the next time we meet is going to be at the entrance exams," Hitachi said. "I can barely believe it. The last couple of months have gone so fast." Fanfiction. Unleash your imagination.
We didn't finish it. Uh-huh. Let's try. Okay.
Can I borrow your quirk? What? Shinso and Ida asked at the same time. I understand if you don't want to. I just thought if it can make people fall asleep I could borrow it and use it on you. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked just like that. Do it, Shinso said. Izuku blinked. Are you sure? You trusted me enough to let me in your house and willingly let me brainwash you before. I think I can trust you with my quirk, Shinso said. Full night's sleep would be nice too. Okay, Izuku said and breathed in deep. I have only done this a few times, but it shouldn't hurt. Probably better if you stay relaxed. Izuku reached out with his hand and put it on Shinso's head, amazed as he just lied down relaxed, head on his pillow. He didn't even flinch as Izuku's quirk-taking hand pressed against his head. Izuku focused on his all-for-one, seeking out the quirk within his friend and pulling it away, as gently as he could. A moment later he pulled his hand away, feeling the new sensation deep within himself, but ignored it in favor of his friend. How are you feeling? Izuku asked. Strange. I want to say I don't feel anything different, but there is this vague sensation that everything isn't right. Can you respond to me? Of course, Izuku said. Shinso stared him for a long moment before turning his head to look at the ceiling again. You really took it away. It's strange. For most of my life I wished I could get rid of my quirk. Now I actually feel like I've lost something. Not lost, Izuku assured and brought a hand to his chest. Just loaned to a friend. It is still right here. Want to tell me how to use it? It's simple. You have to focus on the person you want to brainwash while you are talking to them. If you get a response there is this feeling and you only need to pull on it. You have to be quick. The moment only lasts for an instant when the target starts responding. Okay, Izuku responded and focused on Shinso with all the effort his tired brain could muster. Can I make you sleep? Yes, Shinso responded. They were quiet for a moment before he turned his head to look at Izuku again. You missed it? I felt it, but couldn't grasp it in time, Izuku said. Can I try again? Sure. It took many more tries, but then on one try Izuku could feel something snap the instant his mind reached for the strange feeling. Shinso? He asked quietly. There was no response. He reached over and in the dark barely saw Shinso staring at the ceiling with empty eyes. Ida joined Izuku with a stunned look. I have to admit, part of me has always doubted if your quirk could actually do what you said. Not anymore. Izuku didn't respond, having to focus on the brainwashing. Shinso, go to sleep. For a few seconds nothing happened. Then Shinso's eyes closed and his breathing calmed. Neither Izuku or Ida said anything, not wanting to wake up their friend. Izuku placed his hand on Shinso's forehead and returned the quirk before laying back down. He was holding back tears, this time tears of happiness for being able to help someone with his quirk, and that someone allowing him to. The only one to ever do that before was his mom. Izuku wiped his eyes on the edge of his blanket, hoping Ida didn't notice. He laid still, the silence of the large house only broken by the calm breathing of people who stayed there with him willingly. Izuku wished he could have told them everything, but had to settle with doing his best to help them pursue their dreams. After a tiring day he soon fell asleep, almost as fast as if he got brainwashed. Izuku stood in the middle of a street alone, his field of view filled by flames and a large green blob of sludge. His mother's head hung out of the sludge, struggling to breathe as the villain squeezed her from outside and inside. There were heroes around. Izuku screamed at them to help but they only saved people that were nowhere near the villain in the first place. Death Arms tried a single punch just for show, then went to pick up people who were already out of danger, able to just walk away on their own if they wanted, and carried them to a further distance, passing in front of the cameras to be sure they saw him acting heroically. Izuku turned to face the villain and desperately clawed against the sludge to get to his mom, but it was futile. His mom suddenly snapped upwards and there was a loud crack. The world froze still, literary. Nothing moved except Izuku as he fell on his knees. Then the sludge was gone and he could really see his mother with All Might standing right on top of him, arm raised as if he had achieved some great victory. Neither he nor the flashing cameras cared about the corpse or her son who was flooding the street. Midoriya! Midoriya! Izuku! Izuku's eyes jolted open. The towering rage-inducing form of All Might was replaced by two concerned faces hovering over Izuku's. His rapid breathing slowly calmed back to normal as the two gave him space without leaving the side of his bed. Izuku brought his hand to his forehead, biting his teeth together. "Don't tell me I had the nightmare and woke you up." "I could, but I already said friends shouldn't lie, so it would be hypocritical," Shinso said. "You were shouting about your mom and telling someone to help her, something about people supposing to be heroes, and you were just about to say something about All Might when Shinso woke you up," Ida added. "I saw her death," Izuku admitted. "I wasn't even there, but I keep getting dreams several times a week witnessing it." "What age?" Shinso started but fell silent as Ida raised his hand and shook his head. He looked at Izuku. "I know your mother's death is a difficult topic and you don't want to talk about it. We won't make you." Izuku lowered his hand and stared at the two. After a long silence he sniffed and reached over his head to get his phone. His hands began shaking as he pulled up the video saved in the phone. The screen was still cracked as reminder from when he first saw the video. He handed the phone to Ida and pulled a pillow over his face, covering his ears with his hands. He could still hear the muffled sounds of the video and his friends talking. He stayed like that until the pillow, already soaked, was pulled from his face and a dry one was put under his head. Shinso leaned over him. "Izuku," he whispered. "Yes, SH. Hitachi." Izuku's thoughts became foggy as the brainwashing took over. "Go back to sleep, Izuku," Hitachi commanded, and there was nothing Izuku could have done to resist even if he wanted to. At the last second, he realized he had wanted to make Hitachi fall asleep again after waking him up, but it was already too late as sleep took over. At least Hitachi had used his power without needing to be convinced to. Despite the brainwashing, Izuku's lips briefly twitched upwards. Favorite, story author follow, story author. Fanfiction, unleash your imagination. "And then the next time we meet is going to be at the entrance exams," Hitachi said. "I can barely believe it. The last couple of months have gone so fast, and thanks to you two I feel like I actually have a chance to get into the hero course, maybe. I believe you will, unless they really go out of their way to discriminate against your quirk," Izuku said. "The reason I applied at UA is to keep our group together." "But we don't even go to the same school now," Hitachi reminded. "And we only meet during weekends," Izuku shot back. "Though it did give a good excuse to have you stay over some nights. I hope you will do that even if we go to the same school, or even the same class. There are some people who we might come across at UA, and I will need some friendly faces around if we do." "Are you talking about Bakugo?" Tinya asked. "To think someone like him could be accepted into UA?" "Yeah," Izuku answered. "Unfortunately his quirk and fighting talents are no joke, and he is smart enough to pass written exams. I'd be surprised if he didn't get in." "Surely UA would vet hero students better than that," Tinya insisted. "They might ask for records from the previous school, but I wouldn't trust Aldera's records. They didn't bother intervening with him. I doubt they recorded anything their prize student did." "Sometimes." Izuku paused for a moment. His fires disappeared. "Sometimes I wish the sludge villain killed him instead of Mom." The trio stopped as Izuku confessed his feelings. That wasn't a very heroic thing to say, Tenya said, though I can understand where it came from, a bit. Izuku sighed and kept walking as Hitachi and Tenya kept up with him. I have never pretended to be a hero. Well, not in many years, Izuku answered. Tenya opened his mouth to say something, but couldn't. Don't let Tenya scare you. You can say what you feel, Hitachi said, and if the exams go well, you won't be dealing with Mr. Boom Boom alone. Izuku chuckled. Are you trying to come up with ways to provoke him into falling for your quirk? Maybe. Because if you actually say that to his face, I'll make Dad pay for the funeral. Hitachi and Tenya both stared at him with some shock, especially Hitachi. Izuku looked at them with a blank stare. Slowly Hitachi started chuckling and it turned out to be contagious. Yeah, Izuku said when they calmed down. His tone became more serious. I was only partially joking. He has gotten physically violent many times, especially before my quirk manifested. Considering how much stronger he must have gotten since then, you should be careful around him. 10 might be fast enough to get out of the way, but Toshi, you aren't. 10. Tenya asked. Is that what you picked for him? Hitachi asked with a grin. Izuku rubbed his chin. I thought I did, but it doesn't sound right, not as good as Toshi. Tenya's name is hard that way. Unlike yours. Izu, or did you prefer Zuku? Shinso teased. Please no, Izuku pleaded. Those sound too cutesy, like we were dating or something. This isn't some love story. I didn't buy 3 beds to share one with you. No offense. How could I ever take offense on my dear Izu? Hitachi teased. That made all of them smirk, until they turned a corner and saw the station. Izuku's mood quickly dropped. He turned to face Hitachi. See you at the exams. Try to sleep before then, Toshi, or I'll take your quirk and make you sleep till the next semester starts. Is that supposed to be a threat? Because it sounds great, Hitachi responded. Well, I should hurry. The train is leaving. Don't miss it for us, Tenya added, and the trio separated. Izuku was left with Tenya. He checked his watch. Can you get home without freezing? He asked Tenya. I need to run some errands. Don't worry about me. See you tomorrow at school. Hey, watch where you are walking. Oh look, this guy wants a fight. You seem to struggle just standing straight. A trio of shady-looking young men, probably on drugs, were standing in front of Hitachi, seemingly having come from an alleyway next to them and made Hitachi evade, ready to counter-attack like Izuku had trained him. 2 of the 3 were walking around Hitachi to trap him. The apparent ringleader held his fingers together and his hand formed into a metallic-looking blade he held up towards Hitachi's neck. You must be very sorry about getting in our way. Maybe enough to pay us as an apology and get away with only little pain. He raised the blade into a strike. Would be a shame if someone had to tell your mom you. He stopped to scream as an arrow of flame struck his transformed hand and had no time to even realize what was going on as Izuku's shoe met his chin. The walking corpse fell on his back, and before his fellow dead men could get involved, Izuku's dragon blade was already lit and moving towards the man's neck. Izuku, Hitachi shouted. The blade stopped millimeters from the man's neck as Izuku was left on top of him, breathing hard, one little twitch away from taking a life. Slowly his stare hardened even as the man under him started trembling more. Tell his mom what? No, nothing, it's just a big misunderstanding. Really, didn't look like it to me. Izuku wanted to say more, but at that moment a hand landed on his shoulder. Izuku, breathe, Hitachi said. Let me talk to him. Izuku breathed in deep once and pulled his dragon blade further away from the man's neck. Do you want to live? Hitachi asked the man. Of course. Hitachi's quirk took hold of the man and his eyes glazed over, staring ahead into emptiness. Izuku got off him and checked the other two. One was similarly staring into nothingness. Other was very consciously staring at his brainwashed co-criminals, looking terrified and restrained by Tinya. Izuku focused on him with a stare that still promised death if he made a single wrong move while pointing at Hitachi. My friend will talk to you, and you will respond, or I will find a more painful way to finish this. The last thug nodded several times in a few seconds, and a moment later all three were standing next to the wall staring into nothingness. Izuku could focus on Hitachi. Are you okay? Yes, I would be more worried for you. Hitachi's expression turned sterner. Izuku, it looked like you were going to. He was going to attack you. Izuku, were you going to? Hitachi paused, kill him. Izuku looked away and at the ground, unwilling to face either of his friends. Maybe. It all went so quickly. I was only focused on how to take him down. Can't even remember anything else before you stopped me. A police car curved on the street, sirens screaming. Izuku picked up his phone. Not a good time to talk about it. I'll handle this situation. He had a lawyer on the phone before the police stopped to find criminals standing in line ready to be arrested. The whole thing took a while to settle, but at least they didn't get arrested for illegal quirk use. Yes, Izuku saving his friend from getting stabbed and Hitachi non-violently restraining the criminals was bigger concern to the police than actually taking the scum away. In the end, Hitachi only missed 2 trains, and with Tinya walking home, Izuku was left alone, for just a moment. He had to hurry. He left the station and walked until he found an empty alley with enough cover from curious eyes. After sending a quick text with coordinates, a vortex of dark mist appeared in front of him, forming into a warp gate. In a few steps he was back at his usual training room, sweating even more after suddenly transferring into a much warmer space. I need to wash and get changed. Please be quick, young Shigaraki. You don't want to be late. With you it would be hard to, Izuku remarked and walked out towards the shower room. There were no long baths with friends here, and in less than 10 minutes he was already placing his helmet on. He glanced at a mirror before leaving the dressing room. He literally looked like an officer to an army of shadows. How would Hitachi and Tinya react to seeing him like that? Izuku sighed. Maybe he wasn't meant to have pure happiness without the danger and lies of living 2 parallel lives? At least both sides of his life now had something, some people, to live for. Izuku smiled under his helmet as he returned to the training room where Kurogiri was still waiting. As long as he could keep these 4 people, including the Nomua, safe and happy, he could be happy. Whether it was pure or not hardly mattered. Are you ready? Kurogiri asked and handed Izuku a suitcase. Yes, let's get this done. Dad doesn't like if I'm late for the evening training. He's planning something special before the entrance exams. Kurogiri didn't even make a move, but a warp gate appeared next to him. In an instant they were on a parking lot full of trucks. It was a good place to hide stuff while keeping it easily transportable, and no one was hanging around there, especially after sundown. Izuku didn't delude himself by assuming no one could see him though, and made sure to stand straight, not allowing any uncertainty into his body language. The one exception to keeping appearances was when he talked to Kurogiri, making sure to not order or demand anything. Kurogiri, could you go somewhere where you can look over me from a distance? Yes. The word was barely said as Izuku felt the Nomu's presence disappear. He checked the communication system of his helmet and stayed still until he heard a car approaching slowly. The car stopped for just long enough for a man to step out before continuing away. Izuku stepped out from between the trucks to face the middle-aged man with eyeglasses and a lit tobacco hanging from his mouth. Jiren, I assume, Izuku said, his voice altered by the helmet. And you would be? Shigaraki, I hear. Jiren responded. One of us, yes. I figured. That helmet would be quite a change of style from a hand on your face. You are thinking about my brother. I trust you don't have problem dealing with me instead. Nope, at least not based on first impressions. I heard your brother can be bratty. I am glad to deal with someone more mature. I have acquired the first batch of the materials you requested, if you have my payment. I have, Izuku said and opened the suitcase. It was filled with money and a flash drive with confidential data on new support items his father had acquired. I'm guessing you've hidden your products in one of these trucks. Yes, oh, I love dealing with bright individuals, at least after the price has been negotiated, Jiren said. Though that comes with some interesting requests. Usually people want weapons, support items, or even new recruits. Advanced medical research equipment and strange chemicals are something else. I've been told you are good at keeping your client information secret, but don't try to pry for information you don't need. The League is interested in dealing with you again in the future, including for those more conventional purchases, so long as you mind only what you need to know. Sounds good to me. This way. Jiren turned around and led Izuku past a row of trucks, seemingly not even paying attention to where he was going as he chatted with Izuku. I've been hoping to meet you for a while, well, not you personally, but I have heard whispers of this league of yours for a while, and about your brother. Many people that have talked about you seem to pass you as couple of crazies who have managed to gather a small army of small-timers with big promises, but seems there is more than meets the eye, and I don't just mean there being two Shigarakis, although one just appeared recently. Did you just get into the game or have you worked under a different name? Izuku deemed it best to remain quiet rather than risk trying to come up with an appropriate response, voice changer or not. Jiren had already figured too much. Izuku didn't want to unintentionally give him more information. Jiren waited for a moment before giving up on that question. Do you even have a name? I go by Shirakuro Shigaraki, Izuku responded. I can see the black. Where is the white? The casket. Izuku gave the first part of the response he had thought up ahead of time for his role as Shirakuro, black and white. The casket? Jiren asked just as planned. The one you will be cremated in if you fail our trust. Ah, I see where you got the name. Jiren stopped. We are here. He turned behind a truck next to them and opened its rear to reveal several large liquid containers and a large amount of advanced-looking scientific and medical machinery. Izuku had no doubts that they were for the doctor to create more Nomus, though some might be used to help his father. For that alone Izuku had to complete his mission. He grabbed the side of the truck and leaped on board with a single fluid motion. His helmet had the list of things that were supposed to be there, so the only problem was recognizing the devices listed on his HUD. Without night vision it would have been impossible. Everything seems to be in order, but we will see how they actually work. Just need to be transported now. I can have the truck delivered in any location within 100 kilometers and left alone long enough to be emptied. That won't be necessary, Izuku responded and jumped off the truck. His helmet's inbuilt radio had been active since the beginning. It is all here. You can pick it up. Jiren blinked, looking at him curiously, but Izuku only handed him the suitcase and raised his other hand to point into the open truck. A large warp gate had already opened and was spreading dark mist across the space. Kurogiri's voice came from inside it. It will take a moment to transport this much, young Shigaraki. That's fine, Izuku responded. You're still faster than anyone else. Don't stress your quirk unnecessarily. Well, isn't that nice, Jiren said. Most people in this business don't treat their people that softly. He is one of the few people I can count on with irreplaceable abilities. Why would I treat him anything but well? You are an interesting person. I suspect the darkness of this world will either tear you apart or learn to fear you. Izuku saw it best not to answer so as not to feed the man's interest or risk saying anything he would regret. This man was perceptive, meanwhile Izuku hadn't been able to find out much more than that about him. He had a lot to learn. Either way, if you need gear or people, you know who to call, as long as you can afford to pay. I'll remember that, Izuku responded, and at the last moment had another thought. Tomura would be livid if he found out though. If you want a tip, you should be ready when the league starts getting more attention and see if you can identify anyone whose interests might align. The league is growing in numbers but could use a few more carefully chosen, powerful individuals interested in changing this country. That sounds like you have big plans. I will keep your tip in mind. Seems your friend is finished. Izuku glanced at the truck where Kurogiri now stood in the otherwise empty space. Jiren walked past Izuku. Close the door after yourself, will ya? I'll wait for your next contact. Izuku stood in place quietly until he was sure Jiren had left and gotten far enough away. Kurogiri stepped down from the truck and waited quietly next to him. Still not saying a word, Izuku pulled the door closed. There was no sign of anyone nearby. Time to go, he finally said. I shall send you straight to Master as he requested. Izuku nodded in response. A warp gate opened in front of him, and he stepped in. Remember to always be aware of your surroundings, Kurogiri said just as Izuku stepped through the gate. What? He stepped into the usual training room. There was movement on his side and he jumped out of the way just in time before a hand struck through the space he had just occupied, brushing against the protective fabric of his sleeve. It was a hand with elongated, sharp nails, from what he could observe. He didn't have time for anything else as the owner of the hand charged at him again, striking and slashing at a great speed. Izuku barely dodged the barrage and got a tiny bit of breathing room when the sharp-nailed hand struck a shield of fire. The yelp of pain was the first sound the woman had made. Izuku just breathed audibly. He didn't have energy for this after a day of training. With a few steps to put some space between him and his attacker, Izuku could finally worry about what was going on. How had this woman gotten inside and why? Was his father okay? Izuku didn't recognize the woman as any hero he knew of either. He turned a bit as he evaded a new attack and finally noticed his father in a dark corner of the room. He brought the shield up to deflect another strike, but this time the attacking woman was prepared and pulled her hand back, then jumped back when Izuku slashed at her with a flaming blade stretched to its max length. Dad, what is going on? Your exam. Despite all of the training you've had, you have never experienced a true battle with another human, to the end. Better do that here to harden you in case you have to face the same out there. Are you kidding? Do I joke about these things? This is the minimum requirement just to be capable of surviving in this world and completing your missions. As All for One spoke, the woman started attacking Izuku again, making paying attention to his father quite difficult. Your opponent is not in here out of her own free will. I gave her only two options, kill and be rewarded or be killed. She won't hold anything back. You have to kill her to stop her. You told her to kill me. Izuku shouted as he slashed at the woman again. She was slippery and flexible like an eel and had managed to avoid every strike Izuku had thrown at her, including a hellfire arrow. Yes, not that she could. Also, you used the wrong quirks, so I wouldn't let her get away if I were you. Izuku cursed internally, and right as he was distracted the woman struck. Her unnaturally long and sharp nails cut into Izuku's wrist right between the sleeve and glove, drawing a surprised yelp from Izuku, but the cut was nothing compared to what came next. A burning agony radiated through Izuku's arm that fell down completely lax. The pain quickly spread throughout his body as all of his limbs failed and he collapsed into a twitching mess on the floor. The burning had spread all across his body like his very blood was boiling. He couldn't shout, just whine quietly. The only things working properly were his eyes, and even those felt hot. The woman stood over him with a manic, outright bloodthirsty grin. You might not be a quirkless monkey, but I still love it when people keep twitching like fish out of water. Oh right, his father said with an exaggerated high tone, I forgot to introduce her. This lovely lady is known as Yui. You might have heard of her in the news. Likes to torture and kill quirkless people. Those monkeys are like an anchor holding back the evolution of humanity, Yui said. I think it's only fair I get to have some fun with them while working to clean the gene pool. My venomous nails paralyze them, and when I get tired of letting the venom cause all the pain, I might make some art out of them. You actually remind me of a kid I dealt with a few weeks back. With every word Yui said, Izuku felt such a mix of disgust and rage, he barely noticed the pain anymore. Now isn't that interesting, Shirakuro, his father said to him. Can you see why I picked her? Imagine all she will do with her quirk after leaving here if you lose. Slowly seething, Izuku realized it wasn't just his anger. The pain, as bad as it was, wasn't as paralyzingly bad as before. He tried wiggling his toes. He has already lost, Yui said, and stepped closer to Izuku, raising her hand, fingers, and their nails extended. Even with that scratch he will be paralyzed for a few more minutes. Last chance to change your mind on making me kill Hai. She screamed in pain as a blade of fire pierced straight through her calf. In a second Izuku pushed himself off the ground, pulled his feet back under him and bounced up to deliver an uppercut with every ounce of strength in his body. The monster in front of him somehow held her balance for a moment, and her hand was already approaching Izuku. There wasn't even time to consider options of what to do. There was only enough time to activate his quirk. A hand hit the ground an instant before its owner's back. Screaming, Yui was holding the scorched stump of her right hand with her left. The nails of her remaining hand dripped a little bit of their poison as she gripped her damaged arm, but most people were immune to their own quirk. Grimacing from the pain, Izuku grabbed her remaining arm with one hand and slammed the other against her face. Of course, it wasn't that easy. She was flexible enough to kick Izuku back even from that position, and even after all of Izuku's training, her strength was nothing to ignore, especially when she started panicking. Izuku hardly distinguished all that from the pain he was already feeling. She was so tense and unconsciously resisting Izuku's all-for-one that it couldn't have been pleasant to her either, alongside the dismemberment of course. Soon Izuku's pain waned away while Yui's resistance grew equally fiercer. She was actually using her cut stump of an arm to punch Izuku, who was glad for his helmet. She was still fighting with her remaining fingers extended, but when they hit Izuku's hand it was just a poke. Her nails had shrunk to a normal size and the attack only hurt her own fingers. She finally stopped moving, staring at Izuku in horror. "How do you like being quirkless?" Izuku asked coldly, no longer the least bit worried for his safety. He took off one of his gloves and with some focus was able to find the quirk within himself. His nails slowly grew longer and stronger and he could feel the venom building up under them. He made sure to show them to Yui while lighting a dragon blade on the other. With vibration applied to it he was actually using 3 quirks. "It's time to finish this, son," his father said. "You wouldn't want for her to get away with what she now knows." Izuku froze. If his father intended to encourage him to act, it had backfired. Izuku hesitated. What was he supposed to do? He couldn't just. Yui's stare turned from horror to one of desperation and she bounced with a scream, going straight for Izuku's throat. He dodged it almost as easily as Hitashi's attacks, but also swung forward with his blade as he had trained to do with the Nomus. The scream ended with a gasp. The hand that had reached for Izuku fell down and both their eyes turned down where the dragon blade went in through Yui's chest and out of her back. Her legs failed and as she fell forward the blade kept cutting until it came out of Yui's shoulder and she slumped on the floor. Izuku stepped back. His quirks disappeared from his shaking hands. He fell on his knees in front of the corpse, gasping for air. The only thing that stopped him from vomiting was the inbuilt gas mask in his helmet. He could only imagine the stench of the burnt flesh and blood. An arm landed on his shoulders. Another circled behind his back and pulled him against another body and up from the ground. "You did well. I am sorry, but this was necessary to prepare you for the world we exist in. Now you are ready," his father whispered while carrying Izuku. Izuku's gasping breath turned into whimpering as tears started blurring his vision. Fanfiction, unleash your imagination. Aetherius. Nat 5U. Dragneel, here's the update and next one will be in 2 weeks. Proofread by 3D Phantom. Chapter 15, The Hero Exam. Izuku looked up at the UA wall and the tall buildings behind it with empty eyes. If the people around knew all that he had done, was it really right for him to be here? Izuku. A familiar voice called to him. Izuku turned towards it and responded. Toshi. Right or wrong, coming here was his best option. Izuku joined his friend and spotted Tinya inside the gate. Hey Tien. Izuku shouted, but the taller teen didn't respond. Izuku looked at Hitachi. I don't think that's it, Hitachi responded. Izuku pulled out his friend notebook and crossed out the name idea. By the time he got the notebook back into his backpack they had already reached Tinya. Izuku glanced at Hitachi. How have you rested for the exam? Better than you from the look of things. Huh. Izuku stared at Hitachi, uncertain about what to say. You look like you haven't slept since the last time we met up. I would know. Hitachi is correct. You have seemed increasingly tired and quiet for the past few days, Tinya said. It is a very bad time to be tired even with your skill. Is this about the incident on Sunday, or did something else happen? Unknown to Ida, the word stung Izuku. They would hate him if they knew. Nothing happened, he stuttered for the first time in a long while. You think so lowly about us that you think we would believe that? Shinso poked Izuku's shoulder. It's really nothing. The whole UA and entrance exams and all might being a teacher here, and I saw Death Arms in the news bragging about how he'd save anyone in need. I've gone through every nightmare in the past few nights, including one where that guy on Sunday managed to. Izuku paused. He was only partially lying. And then there is. What the hell are you doing here, villain? Izuku froze mid-sentence. After a brief shock his expression turned even more tired than it had been, undoing whatever impact Hitachi's and Tinya's presence had. He turned around to face Katsuki Bakugo for the first time in 10 months, since the walking garbage fire had told him to kill himself. What do you think? He asked. I told you I was going to be only person from our school to get in UA. Don't think that has changed just because you left for a few months. Do you really think they would even consider having a villain like you in this school? I could ask you the same. Midoriya asked. His expression was blank, but he had inched closer to his friends. Whether it was to feel safer or be ready to protect them wasn't completely clear even to himself. Bakugo stared at him, even angrier than before. What are you blabbering, nerd? He is saying that it is your actions that are villainous, and not worthy of a hero, not Izuku's, Tinya said, waving his hand. Oh, what would you extras know about either of us? Bakugo said. Everything relevant, Hitachi interjected. Yes, that includes his quirk and everything you have done for the past 10 years. Your idea of a hero has to be pretty twisted to think you could be one. Really, you claim you know what this Deku's quirk is about, but you have no idea. You haven't actually experienced it? Yes, I have, Hitachi said. Bakugo froze, staring at him. Izuku has borrowed my quirk several times and helped me a lot with it. I don't see what the big deal is. Felt a bit strange being quirkless the first time, but it didn't bother me much. Bakugo's eye twitched and he turned away with a huff. Not sure what he has done to you to make you spout garbage like that, but it's not like that was going to matter. You're not allowed to attack other applicants during the test, and there's no way that nerd is going to pass without using a quirk. Not that the school would accept someone like him. Just wait till they realize what his quirk does. Actually, Izuku said, having gained some composure and positioned himself in front of Hitachi. The principal already knows and encouraged all of us to apply. We had tea and spoke with him, right after he banned a couple of bullies like you from even applying. This isn't Aldera Bakugo. You aren't a big fish in a small stale swamp anymore, and you aren't the best at everything. Surprisingly, Bakugo didn't explode or even respond to that, just walking away without a word. Perhaps mentioning the principal had been the right choice, even though they weren't as acquainted as he had made them out to be. Izuku staggered back as soon as the blonde-haired bomb stepped inside and disappeared out of sight. Luckily, Tinya caught him before anything big enough to get attention happened. "Are you okay?" he asked. "Yeah," Izuku said. "I've never talked to him or heard anyone else talk to him like that. I don't know how to feel." "You can feel like you stood up to a bully once again, but you shouldn't think about it too much. Today we all have to focus on one thing," Tinya encouraged. "And that is getting a higher score than him," Hitachi added. "You said he thinks he is best at everything. The best way to teach him a lesson is scoring higher than him." "That is not what we are here to do," Tinya interrupted. "We should focus on doing the best we can to gain admittance to the school. And that requires getting the best possible score, same as teaching that guy a lesson," Hitachi said. "I like the idea," Izuku said. "I can't think of a better way to teach him a lesson, not legally, if I can do it." "Well, I guess it doesn't hurt anyone or contradict the goals of the exam," Tinya admitted. "Frankly, it is less of a concern than your lack of sleep." I know, Izuku responded. "We should get going to find our exam rooms if we want to make it in time." "Right, let's go," Tinya declared. They were unfortunate enough to have different classrooms assigned for their written exams. Although it meant Hitachi and Tinya weren't around to question the reasons for Izuku's tiredness and dark demeanor. He could focus on the struggle of taking a written exam while sleep-deprived. It wasn't quite as difficult as he had expected, or Kurogiri was just that good of a tutor. After the written exams, UA gave the hero course applicants a long lunch break, probably so people would not have to do the practical portion right after eating. It gave Izuku time to find Hitachi and Tinya without rushing straight to the cafeteria. He found the two waiting outside of it. "So how did your exam go?" Tinya asked. "I didn't fall asleep," Izuku responded and faced Tinya's stare for a few seconds before looking down. "I think I did fine. I thought it would be harder." "It wasn't as bad as I thought either," Hitachi said, "but I'm still worried." "I am sure you both did well," Tinya declared. "Now we should go eat to be at our best for the practical exam." They got their food and started looking for a free table. Hitachi suddenly moved in the way to guide Izuku in a sideways direction, which might have been strange if Izuku hadn't already noticed the explosive blonde out in front of them. Luckily, they found an empty corner table where some quick eaters had already left. Izuku sat between Hitachi and Tinya, imagining how this could become a daily thing if they did well. They just had to pass the practical exam, if he could just focus on it. As he was finishing his lunch, Izuku could no longer hold back a large yawn. "Maybe you should take a nap. We still have an hour before the exam introduction session begins," Hitachi suggested. "Want help with that?" "I would say yes, but you might need it more to be at your best in the test," Izuku responded. "Hey, I've slept more in the last few days than a normal week." Izuku tilted his head to glance at Hitachi with a small smile. "That isn't a very high bar. You are the one that looks like a sleepwalker." "You should both sleep," Tinya remarked. Both Izuku and Hitachi turned to look at him as Izuku's face slowly twisted into a smirk. "So are you volunteering to make us?" Izuku asked. "I'm sure Toshi trusts you enough." Tinya blinked. "What? You know my ability to give quirks isn't limited to their original owner. If I let Toshi make me sleep, then I can't make him sleep, and the same applies the other way around, but you seem well rested already." "I am okay with that if Tinya can learn to use my quirk fast enough," Hitachi said. "Wouldn't you like to have two quirks, for a while?" "I might, didn't Izuku say it would be dangerous?" One shouldn't be too bad, especially since it's not a very physically demanding quirk, Izuku said, and I can take it back if there are problems. Well, we aren't going to pressure you. You don't need to, Tinya sighed. I have no reason to doubt you, and if Hitachi is okay with giving away his quirk, who am I to refuse it? Okay, Izuku said and slowly raised his hands to each of his friends' heads. Let's see how this works out. Izuku closed his eyes and focused on finding and transferring the quirk. That was something he was fully capable of already, but this time he tried to directly transfer the quirk forward. He could feel the quirk slowly flowing in and straight back out. His hands dropped back down. How are you feeling? Izuku asked Tinya. A little ill actually, and I think I am getting a headache. That sounds pretty normal, Izuku assured. Try to use the quirk with Toshi and we'll see if it gets any worse. It took Tinya a while to get a grasp of the quirk, but he had already seen Hitachi teach Izuku, so with plenty of the break still left he got Hitachi to fall for the brainwashing. With a few words Hitachi slumped against Izuku as he fell asleep. Next Tinya focused on Izuku, who was keeping an eye on nearby people who had started paying more attention to them. If you start feeling any worse, wake me up, Izuku said, and Tinya nodded. Are you ready? Tinya asked. Yes, Izuku responded and was caught by the quirk. Everything went dark. At least the quirk-induced sleep was dreamless like an anesthesia, so for the first time in several days he was free of the nightmares. He woke up to Tinya shaking his shoulder, stretched his arms while blinking away the sleepiness. I needed that, he said, for 10 more hours. This isn't a time for joking. The practical exam introduction session is going to start in 10 minutes. Izuku's eyes widened. He turned to check Hitachi, who was in similar state. Without a word he put his hands back on their heads and returned Hitachi's quirk. Then they ran, finding and arriving at the auditorium just in time as a staff member was about to close the doors. The auditorium was dark and full, so they were separated, taking whatever empty seats they could find. Izuku was the last without a seat, and the pro hero teacher present Mike had just arrived on the stage, so when he saw an empty seat, he took it without a second thought. Welcome to today's live performance. Everybody say hey. The so-called hero shouted way louder than necessary even in the large space. Wow, glad I didn't sit in the front row, Izuku mumbled. So you chose to sit here, damn villain. Izuku froze still for a moment before his head turned to the side, stiff as a robot. Of course he had to sit right next to the walking bucket of nitroglycerin. Not quite so right next to anymore. Bakugo had dragged his chair as far from Izuku as he could without sitting on the next person's lap. Great, Izuku muttered and focused on the presentation and papers he had gotten for the test. Present Mike was just explaining how they would be divided to the examination grounds. Hey, nerd, Bakugo called. Izuku wasn't sure if he should have been annoyed or concerned that the garbage fire talked to him. What area you are on? B. Why do you care? Izuku responded and settled on concerned when Bakugo's mouth twisted in a smirk that made Tomura look like a paragon hero. Seems we are on the same area. So you can see me score higher than you, Izuku said. Didn't think you'd be excited about that. He turned his focus back on present Mike, but seething Bakugo didn't care about the presentation, so Izuku's hand was already in his pocket when the explosive teen finally talked. You are a dead man. Izuku picked out a business card and slid it across the table towards Bakugo. Then you are going to need this. And what the hell is it? Contact information for my father's lawyers. If you don't understand what it's for, ask your mother. Izuku turned to face back forward, ignoring the confused and seething dynamite stick next to him. At least he tried to ignore it while forcing himself to control his breathing. He got a welcome distraction when Ida got up to question an apparent inconsistency between the presentation and written material they had received. Apparently one of the robot opponents listed was worth 0 points. Present Mike explained it away as being one that applicants are just meant to avoid. That doesn't make sense, Izuku muttered quietly. Heroes are supposed to face the villains and risk themselves to help people. They are teaching people to run away. The video clip of Death Arms leaving Izuku's mother to die flashed in his mind. He squeezed his eyes shut and drew a deep breath. Maybe there is something more to it, he concluded or hoped. Something to do with the secret part of the test maybe. Plus Ultra. Break a leg everyone. Present Mike ended his presentation. Izuku didn't waste any time getting away from the volatile firecracker next to him. On the way to the exam grounds he looked at what was ahead and started truly understanding the immensity of UA. The exam grounds were entire mini-cities. Izuku couldn't help but wonder how much UA spent on things that only helped one course, a minority among the student body. Even the walls and gates around the grounds were excessively large as if they were built only to look imposing to people. Izuku navigated through the crowd, trying to get into the front row, anything to get an edge over Bakugo. Unfortunately the pyromaniac had the same idea, and while coming up from different sides of a small group they didn't notice each other before literally bumping into each other. Izuku tensed when he realized that, but Bakugo jumped back already in a fighting stance. "Stay away from me, thief. Are you still going on about that? Keep saying it and I'll beat this exam with your quirk," Midoriya said before he realized what he was saying, while Bakugo's shout had attracted the attention of other applicants. What are they talking about using his quirk? Maybe he has a quirk copying quirk like you. Izuku blinked thinking, what did he say? No. Bakugo shouted. Within a few seconds of those words Izuku had an all too empty area around him that no one entered. Izuku looked around but it only made people step further away. One person brought his tail up as if he was ready to strike at Izuku if he approached. Izuku could have retorted back about the dangers of Bakugo's quirk, but instead his shoulders slumped. There was no point. He knew it all too well. The walking loudspeaker had won this round and he didn't mean present Mike. Maybe he could get Hitachi and Tinya to come over after the exam. He really needed their emotional support, or maybe he could hang out with Kurogiri. With them he sometimes almost forgot how despicable the society and many of the people around them were. In a way he thanked Bakugo for reminding him of that and his purpose for being here. And begin. Present Mike shouted in the background. Izuku turned to notice the gate had opened and ran in. The people in front of him who had heard Bakugo jumped out of his way as he ran. What's wrong? The test started. Run, run. The die is cast. The crowd of applicants was unleashed after Izuku. Rapid banging was the only warning before Bakugo flew past Izuku along with a few other students with speed-enhancing quirks. He bit his teeth together and pushed himself to run faster. A one-point robot charged from a side alley right in front of Izuku and threw a punch. Izuku sidestepped it easily and by then had the dragon blade ignited already. He rammed it right into the robot's chest around a joint where its neck met a stronger piece of armor. Even so he could feel resistance as the blade struggled to cut through the armor, much harder than even Nomu's skin. The robot had already raised its other arm to strike when its systems finally failed. Without wasting a second Izuku dove away from under the falling husk of junk metal and kept running. That had only been a one-pointer. He wasn't going to beat Bakugo like this. He focused all his attention and need to succeed on making his fire hotter, vibrations faster, blade thinner. Hotter, faster, thinner, another one-pointer showed up and charged at him with a wide swing of its arm. Izuku brought his blade up to block. The force still shook his entire body as the metal of the robot smoked. Hotter, faster, thinner. He turned his arm and pressed against the robot. His blade sunk through its armor and something inside sparked and the robot's arm stopped. Izuku swung his other blade forward and this time it sunk in faster, not fast enough though. The entire exam ground had descended into chaos. Izuku briefly saw Bakugo flying in an arch over some distant applicants. He disappeared behind a corner and there was a flash of explosion. Izuku changed direction, not even trying to catch up to the faster applicants that had headed directly towards the center of the exam grounds. He needed to find more robots and beat them faster. His entire arm tensed as he pushed the quirks. Soon he found 2 one-pointers and a larger 3-pointer together. The 3-pointer had bulkier arms and shoulders that looked like rocket launchers. Hotter. Izuku thought about all the heroes that had failed his mother, All Might who had crippled his father, Bakugo, and everyone who had judged him after the blonde Torment told them about his quirk. Izuku wasn't fighting robots. He was fighting a wall those people erected seeking to keep away people like him, or Hitachi, and at this rate it might well succeed. A far too familiar explosion echoed from the distance. Anger heated to rage, and his fire followed. He charged at the nearest one-pointer, sidestepped its strike like before and swung his blade straight through the robot's chest with no more resistance than it had previously faced against Noma's arms. The other one-pointer lost both its arms in a single move. The sudden loss of weight made it stumble. Izuku jumped on and over the bot, decapitating it as he did. The 3-pointer was too slow to stop Izuku as he landed on its face and hanging onto it with one arm sunk his blade deep into the robot's insides. With all 3 destroyed, Izuku finally stopped for long enough to stare at his flaming blade. It had turned blue and much more solid looking than before. The surprise at the sudden change made him briefly lose focus and the fire started being tainted by hints of orange. He quickly took back control of the quirks and managed to force it back to its new form. Strangely, while the blade was clearly much hotter, it only felt a little more unpleasant against his hand, as if the heat was more contained. A 4-legged 2-pointer rushed along the street towards him. Izuku decided to try everything he had. Raising his hand towards the approaching robot, he focused on the Hellfire Arrow quirk, trying to make it feel like his blade. The robot was only a few meters away when he was ready and released the quirk. What appeared wasn't as much an arrow as a blue oval-shaped blast that made a quick whistling sound before it struck the robot's neck and in a blue flash explosively separated it from its body. Izuku smirked and whispered to himself, "Seems you aren't the only one with an explosive quirk here." Kaken. He got back on the move, and while he was limited by his, still impressive, running speed compared to those with speed quirks, he no longer wasted much time on the robots. He only stopped at a crossroad to send 2 of his newly blue blasts at approaching 1- and 2-point robots. One hit took the 2-pointer out, but the other only grazed the 1-pointer's arm, and Izuku was still too slow with this quirk to fire off another, so he settled on the dodge and decapitate tactic and moved on. He couldn't slow down or hesitate. Every explosion in the background fueled his own flame. The constant background cacophony of battle was cut by a nearby panicked shout. A trio of applicants had been surrounded by an entire group of robots of all 3 types against the outer wall of the exam grounds. One of them, a really short guy, threw purple balls growing from his head at the robots that seemed to stick to them and limit their movements, probably why they hadn't yet been captured or crushed despite being clearly out of their league. Izuku charged at the group of robots like someone whose ability to hesitate in battle had been beaten out of him by genetically engineered monsters. He jumped on a 2-pointer and decapitated it while using it as a stepping board to leap on the 3-pointer's back. A blade of blue flame sunk in and then cut up through the robot's body and out of its shoulder. An image of a dead woman with the same wound flashed in Izuku's mind. So maybe there were still some things that could make him hesitate, or at least stop long enough to fight against the urge to vomit. Wait. Is that the quirk stealer? One of the other applicants said, breaking Izuku away from his thoughts. Wouldn't that mean he took that quirk from someone? Better keep a safe distance. 10 seconds later, all of the remaining robots were in 3 or more pieces. Izuku stopped briefly to give the trio a cold stare. The little ball-headed guy was so terrified tears were flowing from his eyes as he faced Izuku. Izuku raised his arm and, barely looking, fired off another blast at an approaching 1-pointer. Pieces of metal that used to be the robot clattered on the street. You should head back towards the gate. It should be the safest area by now, he said, and started running again, charging or firing a blue blast at every robot that he saw until he was back somewhere near the center of the grounds. There couldn't be much time left. Robot pieces flew out from behind a corner following an explosion, and Bakugo stepped to the crossroad a few seconds later, a fierce animalistic look in his eyes which quickly found Izuku and his still-lit blades. For a brief instant the hot-headed blonde seemed more disgusted than angry. His head snapped to the side when a three-pointer charged towards them. Bakugo flew up and towards it with rapid small explosions, but Izuku's blasts were faster and two blue blasts hit the robot's armored face before Bakugo landed on it and blasted its back open. There was no way of telling who got the points. "Stay out of my way, Deku." Izuku's flames got a little hotter. Before he could respond, the ground started shaking. A gigantic figure rose over the fake apartment buildings, the 0-point robot. It raised its gigantic arm and punched the ground, creating a pressure wave and a dust cloud that struck Izuku like a storm. He had to spend a few seconds blinking dust out of his eyes. Why the hell would they send something like that against middle school students? Izuku said, more focused on analyzing the situation than running away like everyone else around him. Maybe they wanted to see if anyone actually dared to take it on. Test if people were actually willing to risk everything, but there were no points in it. Could they really be teaching people the opposite, to run away when facing danger? He fired off several blasts on the robot, landing them on it in a vertical spray reaching from its track to the distant head far enough up that the blasts seemed to lose some of their power before reaching their targets. The explosions were impressive, but if he had penetrated the armor, the holes were too small to see from so far away. The robot didn't care, at least. It didn't look like something Izuku could take down, and the monster of a machine was rolling right towards him, crushing everything in its path. Biting his teeth together, he turned around to get out of the way at least long enough to find a new way to attack. Even if it was just an exam, he was not going to be one of the fake heroes running away from danger. Bakugo was already long gone. A too familiar scream made Izuku look back one more time. It was the little guy with purple balls growing from his head again. He had apparently just gotten out of a building on the giant robot's path of destruction and couldn't run fast enough to get out of the way of the approaching tracks of the robot. He kept throwing his sticky balls at the robot's tracks so fast his head bled, but the giant machine didn't slow at all. "Damn it!" Izuku shouted. He ran towards the ball-head guy and grabbed the short boy's arm. The guy jolted from the sudden touch, but Izuku lifted him and was already moving before he realized what was happening. At least the little guy was light. Even carrying the other boy on his shoulders like a sack of potatoes, Izuku still ran faster than the shorter teen had. He barely kept ahead of the giant robot that thankfully didn't try to punch him. A surviving one-pointer jumped from a side street, trying to attack Izuku, and found itself split in two before touching the ground. The guy he carried yelped as Izuku jolted to the side, dodging the robot. Izuku didn't even slow down until "Time's up." "Present," Mike declared. The robot stopped. Izuku too stopped running and let go of the other guy. Extinguishing his quirks, he leaned against his knees, winded from the battle. "Thank Y-" the ball-head guy started saying, but fell silent as he turned to look at Izuku. There was no doubt of what he was thinking as his hand went up to his head to check the balls were still there. Izuku sighed and turned away. "I'm not going to take your quirk." He headed back to the entrance, counting his points. 49, plus 2 is 51, then 54 and, so 55 total. Is that enough? I can probably get in with it, but with how fast Bakugo was moving he probably got more. Izuku wanted to punch something, but he walked in the middle of the road and people around him still kept out of arm's reach. Outside the big gate he looked up at the sky, already breathing easier despite the earlier exertion. At least it was done. He hated the idea of probably losing to Bakugo, but that was only a side mission, as Tomura would put it. Glancing towards the other exam grounds, his thoughts started moving to Hitachi and Tinya. After changing clothes, the scattered crowds of applicants started to dribble back towards the main building and gate. Izuku wanted to run, but he had already got too much attention. He reached the front of the main building alongside the first larger crowd of students. Some walked straight out of the gates while others congregated to talk about the exam in small groups, probably with their friends. Izuku looked around for his. He could really have used some senses-enhancing quirks in addition to more mobility. Luckily Tinya was tall and Izuku soon spotted his head above those around him. Izuku sneaked up behind him unnoticed and tapped his back. Tinya jolted a bit but relaxed when he saw Izuku. "Hey, how did you do?" Izuku asked. "I believe I did well enough to pass. I counted 52 points. "Really?" Izuku said surprised. "I actually beat you despite your speed." "I would not be surprised by that," Tinya said. "How many points did you get?" "Maybe 55, I'm not quite sure how they are going to assign points for one 3-pointer, so I guess we could have equal score." Izuku got more serious. "Did you notice any other sides to the exam?" "Nothing obvious beyond the apparent lack of sufficient safety measures. This exam might not be too dangerous for those who are selected as hero students, but the entrance exams can be attended by anyone." "True, I had to save this one kid twice." Izuku paused and glanced down at the ground, and he was still only focused on what my quirk could do to him. "Did you actually use it on the exam?" Tinya asked wide-eyed. "No, but Bakugo told everyone. We were in the same area." "Oh," Tinya said, and after a few seconds started looking around. "Do you see Toshi anywhere?" Izuku asked, reading Tinya's intention. Hitachi was an expert at curing his quirk discrimination-related depression. "No, and the crowd is just getting worse." Izuku stared at the crowd for a moment and then raised one of his arms straight up and fired off a fire arrow, just a regular orange one that Hitachi already knew. "I am not sure that is allowed," Tinya pointed out. Izuku didn't comment, just kept looking around. Maybe if he had a coffee-making quirk. A few students surprised by Izuku's fire arrow concluded there was nothing more happening and moved on, revealing Hitachi heading straight for the waiting duo. Izuku immediately focused on his gloomy expression. His body moved before he even thought about it, and Hitachi found himself trapped with Izuku's arm going over his shoulders and his friend's smile destroying any thoughts of escape. "Hey, it couldn't have been that bad." "I don't know about that," Hitachi sighed. "I found the switch to shut the robots down but still only got 15 points. You think that is enough to get in?" We still don't know if that was all there was to the test. Even if there is, even if they have a whole second point system, what are my chances against those who already got several times the points from the fight?" Shinso fell silent for a moment. "Speaking of which, how did you do?" "Well." Izuku hesitated. "Please, I need to hear at least some good news." "I got 52 or 55, Tinya got 52. "You will get in," Hitachi said and smiled for the first time. "Maybe I can still get to the general studies. Maybe if I didn't stay with that guy for so long." "What guy?" Izuku asked, still keeping Hitachi in his hold as they started walking to the gate. "After I figured out how to shut down the robots, I managed to take out a couple of them. I couldn't really surprise them, but their attacks were slower than Tinya's. Your dodge and counter-attack style worked great. Then another applicant got driven into a corner by 2 robots. I managed to jump one of them while they were focusing on him, but he got hit pretty bad fighting the other that fell on him. I think he broke an arm and a leg at least. He definitely screamed like he did. I had to use my quirk on him to stop him from moving and hurting himself more." "And stop the pain," Izuku reminded. "With the fog you put on people's minds, even broken bones probably aren't that bad." "Right, you figured that out." "Well, I thought the school would send someone to help him since they monitored everything that was going on, but instead they sent in that giant 0-point robot. I had to carry him on my back to get away." "I'd say that was pretty heroic," Izuku said. "Truly, You did what any reasonable person would expect of a hero, Tinya added. The school would be fools not to accept you for that. Tinya, Hitachi said slightly embarrassed, did you just criticize UA, the most elite of elite schools? I mean they probably aren't fools like that. I am sure they recognize your actions. We can hope. Anyway, did anything interesting happen with your exams? A lot actually, Izuku said. See. He raised his other hand and lit the dragon blade. It was its usual orange flaming blade. Izuku SHH, I need to focus, Izuku said. With the intensity and adrenaline of the battle gone, it was suddenly much harder to raise the heat. It needed more than. Izuku blinked in realization. He shifted his focus into the feelings he had felt. Bakugo would hate to know his presence alone had helped Izuku. Hey, is that? Someone said outside their group, the quirk stealer. What? We heard that guy can take away. Izuku gritted his teeth. His blade condensed and started burning ever brighter until its color started shifting. He held his hand further away to not accidentally burn Hitachi or himself as the blade reached its full blue shine. This time he made sure to memorize every aspect of how it felt with a clear mind. I couldn't cut the robots well at first. Then this happened. Their armor didn't really matter after that. So, you weren't satisfied with seeing glowing swords in movies, Hitachi said. You just had to turn your quirk into one, a cooler one at that. I don't think everyone agrees with you, Izuku responded, glancing at the nearby people that were still whispering about him. So, what about them? Most of them won't get into the hero course like you, if any. Yeah, probably, Izuku said and extinguished his quirk. So. Now that we're done, do you have time to go somewhere so we can hang out and have dinner? Favorite, story author follow, fanfiction unleash your imagination. Chapter 17, A New Problem Child. Shota Izawa, also known as the Pro Hero Eraserhead, arrived at the principal's office of UA High School. He was a teacher, so it was not anything unusual, but what awaited him inside was. Principal Nizu was there of course, but so was their newest teacher All Might, in his small form, and the school nurse Recovery Girl. Most concerning was the individual present who was not part of the school staff, though still a familiar face, Police Detective Tsukachi. Izawa made sure he closed the door properly. Thank you for coming, Izawa. There is a matter we need to discuss before the start of the new term. Is it about one of my new students? Izawa asked and glanced at Detective Tsukachi. Or is one of my current ones suspected of a crime? Considering the admission papers on the table, I am guessing you are investigating a new student and plan to have him or her in my class since Vlad isn't here. You are correct, Principal Nizu said. There are some special concerns considering one of our new students that we want to approach carefully, for his benefit as well as investigatory concerns. As far as school staff is concerned, only those present and Hound Dog as the counselor are involved in discussing the topic. Nizu paused, a serious expression crossing his face before continuing. Tell me, how much do you know about All for One? Izawa tensed. His former tired and slightly annoyed demeanor disappeared, replaced by a focused stare and a frown. Probably more than most heroes in my age group, especially public heroes, let alone civilians. Back when I graduated, he was said to still control most organized crime in the country, but there were no real sightings for several years even before I became a hero. I don't think I have heard anything but old legends about him for years. That is because I defeated and killed him 6 years ago, All Might said. That is where I got my injuries. Heroes aren't supposed to kill people, you know, Izawa commented. Maybe so, All Might said, but he is different. As an underground hero, you of all people should know that we can't always be the way people expect heroes to act. True. Now, how does this relate to my students? A major reason All for One could gain such power was his quirk, an unique ability to take and give others quirks, essentially the ability to hoard or redistribute power in the society as he saw fit, Nizu stated. He handed Aizawa one of the admission papers with student information and put footage of the practical exam on a large screen hanging on the wall of his office. It was showing a teen with thick white hair, impressive physical ability, and a fire-based quirk. That quirk is no longer unique. Another person has emerged with seemingly the same abilities. Izuku Midoriya scored the highest score in the Hero Course practical exam and will be attending your class. Are you sure he has the same quirk? Aizawa asked. Yes, I was lucky to meet him at an educational fair a few months back. He stood up for another student he didn't even know being bullied for his quirk and later admitted to me what his real quirk could do, though he was hesitant to do so. The official quirk registries support this also, though they refer to it as quirk transfer and only registered his quirk when he was 13. So, Aizawa started, if that is the case, where did the fire quirk come from? Seems like something we should at least question before admitting him. Do you think I haven't already done that? Nizu responded. According to Midoriya, someone with that quirk attempted to kidnap him, so he took the quirk in self-defense. This let him get away, but he didn't tell people at the time due to prejudice he has experienced because of his quirk. That is what he said anyway. Detective Tsukachi has been investigating the matter while checking on the boy's background. Detective. Unfortunately, the conclusion of my investigation isn't as conclusive as I would like. I have identified a known criminal with a fire-based quirk similar to his, at least in basic form. It seems he has been able to advance the quirk quite a bit, from the look of things even during your exams. Unfortunately, I have been unable to confirm this man is truly the origin of the quirk. In other words, you haven't managed to be in contact with this person. No, Tsukachi responded. It seems no one has seen him in nearly a year. Same goes for several known acquaintances. It is unclear if they are on the run for some crime or, worse. Unfortunately, I have not been able to find more, especially while staying discreet. I'm afraid it is the same with the other investigation. I have not found a connection with All for One, the person, but I also couldn't completely rule it out. Considering his age, there could be a connection several generations back that could be impossible to identify even if I had good information, and I don't. His father Hisashi Midoriya especially is a mystery. He seems to have familial connections to the United States and has spent much of his, and his son's life working there. Unfortunately, that limits what I can do, especially in secret and without any evidence of a crime. So, his father lives abroad. And how about the mother? Aizawa asked. Both Tsukachi's and All Might's expressions darkened. The mother Inko Midoriya was killed by a villain last spring. It was my fault, All Might said. He got away from me earlier that day and I came too late to save Midoriya's mother. I didn't even realize who I was talking to when we met at that fair. He must hate me. Unfortunately, you are likely correct, Tsukachi said. I talked with the police officers who were present when Izuku Midoriya was informed about his mother's death. He found a video of it online and threw his phone across the room, cursing the heroes when All Might arrived late. So he has one of, if not the most powerful quirk in the world that people naturally fear and hate, something that can really mess up your life in modern society. He witnessed his mother die due to the failure of the number one hero, and his father is not even in the country most of the time, Aizawa said, feeling a headache coming and pinched his nose. And we cannot completely rule out a family connection with All for One himself. That would seem to be the case, Tsukachi confirmed. He even looks like All for One, All Might muttered, though maybe it's just the hair. Aizawa glanced at All Might briefly before focusing on Nizu. I am surprised he is even applying at UA, Aizawa concluded, with everything and everyone in his life apparently pushing him to become a villain. It's a near-perfect backstory to make a villain, and not because he shares a quirk with one. It certainly wasn't an easy decision for him, Nizu responded. Admitting to his quirk wasn't the only thing he hesitated to talk about when we met. Seems he had childhood dreams of becoming a hero that he lost. In fact, if I had to describe him when we met, I would say he was lost with no path forward that he really cared about, a precarious position to be in especially for someone with so much potential. Luckily you are wrong about everyone pushing him to be a villain. Young Shinso and Ida appear to have helped him find his path toward being a hero. Shinso and Ida? Aizawa asked. I think I read their names on the admission lists. Correct, Nizu said and replaced the exam footage with what seemed like pictures of school security cameras. Every single one showed 3 boys, Midoriya and 2 others, one walking in through UA gates, one talking to an angry-looking boy while standing together, with Midoriya standing in front of his friends protectively, and one of the trio eating lunch together. In one picture Midoriya and one of his friends seemed to be asleep, leaning against each other while their taller friend sat next to them. Seems they stayed together all the time they were here, except when separated for the exams, and also left together. The taller of them is Tenya Ida, younger brother of the hero Ingenium with a similar engine quirk. He is coming from the same school as Midoriya. The other one is Hitachi Shinso from a different school. As far as I can tell, they first met him at the education fair. He was the one being bullied for his quirk that Midoriya helped. And what is his quirk? Aizawa asked. It is called brainwashing. I am sure you can deduce what consequences that might have caused him. Yes, Aizawa admitted, and the design of the entrance exams in this school wouldn't help that. Actually, he passed thanks to the hero points, Nizu said. Doesn't change my point. They were quiet for a moment before Nizu continued. I have placed all 3 of them together on your class. If those 2 convinced him to pursue heroics again, they are our best insurance to keep him on that path. I agree that keeping the 3 together is the best choice, Aizawa said, but I don't like how you keep talking about him like he was constantly on the edge of becoming another all-for-one. It is exactly that kind of attitudes that make it happening a threat. I know why you assign them to my class, but Midoriya needs a non-prejudiced guidance, not a security guard capable of erasing his quirks. As he spoke about guidance, Aizawa glanced at All Might. I just hope it isn't too late, he added. I agree with Aizawa, Recovery Girl joined the conversation. I have had some experience with bullied and abused people in the past. Based on what I have heard and seen so far, I would expect Midoriya to be wary and distrusting of people, especially teachers if the previous ones let things become as bad as Nizu has described. He is also likely to have sensitive topics you should watch your words around. You will be fighting an uphill battle even if you can share some similar experiences. That is part of the job description as a hero and teacher, Aizawa responded. Recovery Girl nodded. He is also likely very attached and protective to those few that have accepted him and earned his trust. That can help you if you win them over, but one mistake with either of them and you will be back on the starting line with Midoriya, or worse. Losing trust is much easier than earning it. Speaking of protective, Tsukachi interrupted. There was one more incident that came up during my investigation. A few days before the entrance exam those 3 were involved in a confrontation with some street criminals, drugs, gang activity, and such. Seems they ran into and threatened Shinso. When the police arrived, they were all standing against a wall brainwashed. Sounds like Shinso has hero potential, Aizawa noted. I cannot comment on that, but he didn't resolve the situation himself. Apparently Midoriya took one of them down in seconds. They swear he almost killed the man in rage. The man's chin was broken and there were severe burns on his hand. To be fair, he could turn that hand into a sword and was seeking to stab Shinso according to eyewitnesses. Impressive for a junior high student, Aizawa admitted, but legally questionable. That is what the police on scene thought, perhaps even too strongly, Tsukachi admitted, but Midoriya had lawyers on the phone before they even arrived. Self-defense and quirk restriction laws are complex enough combination that with their young age there was no prosecution against Midoriya or Shinso. Also, one prosecutor resigned around the same time for unknown reasons. Them not being prosecuted is probably for the best, but the whole situation raises some concerns, Aizawa said. Seeking to protect is the core of being a hero, but how one approaches it is equally important. If Midoriya was truly close to inflicting greater injury or death, that is a major problem to consider. Speaking of which, are you still trying to investigate him? If opportunities come up, Tsukachi answered. There isn't much more I can do inconspicuously or without a valid suspicion of a crime beyond possibly excessive self-defense. I cannot forcibly question Midoriya or use my quirk without some evidence of a crime. I have discussed with Nizu about holding guest lectures on criminal investigations and hero police cooperation to get around that. Don't destroy my hopes of teaching him by getting caught trying to trick him into being questioned with your quirk, Aizawa warned. Tsukachi took a step back, facing his stare. He held his hands up defensively. Don't worry. It is not my first discreet investigation. Aizawa got up and looked at Nizu with tired eyes. If you are concerned that he might veer off the path of a hero, don't give him any reasons to do so and let me do my job. We are counting on you, Nizu responded. Without wasting any more words, Aizawa got up and turned to leave. One more thing, Nizu said. Do not expel him. Aizawa waved his hand and left. In the corridor he read through the profile of Izuku Midoriya, who was turning out to be his newest problem child. He had meant every word he told Nizu and the others, but couldn't deny that he wanted more information. Even with Recovery Girl's evaluation he didn't really know how Midoriya's mental state was. He needed to learn about the kid without targeting him specifically. The first day would show him plenty. People tended to show more of their true nature under pressure, and that was Aizawa's specialty. Fanfiction: Unleash your imagination. Well, he needs to know what he is dealing with. Grey Mask 57, sorry, you might need to keep shaking a little longer. Proofread by 3D Phantom. Chapter 18, Preparing for School. Izuku stepped through the dark mist into a familiar bar. Tomura was already there, and by the time Izuku looked around, Kurogiri was already behind the counter. Izuku dropped a small disc on the counter and a holographic projection appeared over it. I am here as a projection. All Might's loud shout started the recording, just as annoying as ever. Izuku squeezed his hands into fists, resisting the urge to punch the projection. Izuku Midoriya, I have the joy to tell you, you did impressively in the written exam. As for the practical exam, you scored an excellent 55 villain points. Only one person scored higher. Oh, Izuku knew exactly who that was. He squeezed his hands harder. You would have had the second highest score, if that was all there was to the test. However, the exam was not graded only on villain points. A hero's job is to save people. That is no lip service. This is a job that requires risking one's life. If they really did that, Izuku would still have had his mother. Rescue points. The image switched to show a table of names and scores. Izuku Midoriya, 85 points. Congratulations. You passed, with the highest score. All Might extended his hand towards the camera. Izuku Midoriya, welcome to Hero Academia. Izuku didn't care about the man's gesture and went back to the scoreboard. Even on third viewing he couldn't help but smirk at seeing Bakugo on the second place. Unsurprisingly, he didn't get any rescue points, despite amassing a massive 77 villain points. Izuku's eyes moved to the side to find Tinya's name on the 7th spot, a clear pass. Though Izuku was a bit disappointed his friend had only earned 9 rescue points. Hitachi hadn't been among the top 10 results, but after a brief moment of fear Izuku called him and Hitachi played his own acceptance message for Izuku to hear. It was the only reason he could tolerate hearing All Might's voice for the second time in one day. "Congratulations," Tomura said mockingly, holding his hands up, "seems you might yet become a government dog and even have a permission to use the power you naturally have. Do you want to get information on All Might or not?" Izuku snapped back. Boys, their father said, "this is a happy day. You should be celebrating, not fighting. We are all a family here." Izuku turned to look at the computer screen where the voice usually came from, only to find his father right there in front of a closing warp gate. He had his collar but not the top of his helmet. Izuku wanted to smile at seeing his father, but he had just listened to All Might and could not help but focus on his father's injuries. Thinking about sharing a class with both his friends, he sometimes almost forgot that his mission at UA was to help destroy All Might, rip one for all from the so-called hero and help his father recover. Tomura muttered something and sat by the counter, waving Kurogiri to get him a drink. The Nomu did so, but in the process also walked past Izuku and handed him a soft drink first. His father put his hand on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku's achievement is to be commended, even if it wasn't surprising. Placing first in the combat test wasn't a given, even to him. This only shows heroes aren't all they are made out to be. I might have gotten the top score because of the rescue points, but I wasn't first in the battle. Bakugo, even after everything, all your training, he still was 22 points ahead of me. I am happy to see you haven't allowed your high score to make you cocky. Now, considering you have already defeated several Nomua, how could this regular middle schooler destroy more enemies than you? I don't think Bakugo can be called regular, Izuku said, but in terms of the battle, it was all about mobility. My fire quirks became more than powerful enough to quickly destroy the robots, but there were only so many I could reach. He has managed to apply his explosions like rockets to move at high speeds. I theorized he could do something like that when I was 6, but he's already got more maneuverability than I thought possible. I can't compete directly with that no matter how much I train, and I doubt he went to even half the effort I have. That's true, his father confirmed. Without an appropriate quirk, a normal human body has limitations that cannot be exceeded no matter how much it is trained. Those limitations do not apply to you. Anything he can do you have greater potential for. You mean I should get a new quirk to counter his advantage? And train to master it, he said in his fatherly lecturing tone. Bakugo did not reach the highest villain points because of his quirk alone, but by the mastery he has achieved over it, whether it was by pure talent, hard work, or both, it doesn't matter. That is also the greatest weakness of our quirk. Possessing 100 quirks is pointless if you wave them around like toddlers that just manifested theirs. I know, Izuku responded, not excited for the comparison. But the new power of your fire proves your own mastery. I will train whatever quirks I may have. Have you thought out any that would help? Several, but I think you should think yourself what kind of quirks would serve you best. Consider what kind of fighting style different quirks would enable, and don't forget non-combat applications. More importantly, you cannot use any quirk to publicly outdo Bakugo unless you can explain where it came from. Right, Izuku brushed his chin, on the brink of starting to mutter again. What's the point? Tomura said first. Just kill him and be done with it. Wouldn't even be the first one. Izuku stared at his brother and gulped, unable to respond. That is always an option, their father stated, but why waste this opportunity? If Izuku needs to outdo Bakugo, that will simply motivate his training further. Whether Bakugo will ever become the hero he does not deserve to be or finds himself in a shallow grave, well, that is also in Izuku's hands. To think they would accept him at UA, Izuku muttered. Not that I am surprised. That is how this society works. It is why we are here doing what we do instead of living a more peaceful life, son. Izuku quietly drank from the lemonade bottle Kurogiri had served. Speaking of which, his father continued. Now that the admission is confirmed, we must ensure you are ready for your mission. Isn't that what we have been doing for months? Yes, but matching or exceeding other hero students in combat ability, and grades, is only part of what you'll need. From your quirk alone, Principal Nizu and All Might will be suspicious and afraid of you from the beginning. They will try to find out everything about you. They likely started to investigate you already. Do you think they are going to find out about you? Izuku asked, raising his head to face his father. Unlikely. They might be suspicious about my absence as your father, but I have been building the identity of Hisashi Midoriya in multiple countries for decades. The question is if you can keep things secret. Tomura laughed. Going to be a short mission then. I have to kill All Might before someone is rude to your little friends. I am not that bad, Izuku muttered. Not quite, his father agreed, partially. There is, however, a greater concern than simple loose lips. If All Might and Nizu are investigating you, you might also need to worry about All Might's police friend, Detective Tsukachi. Is he dangerous? Izuku asked, concerned at how seriously his father seemed to worry about this detective. In his own way. Even with his police training, the worst he could do in battle would be to shoot you. It wouldn't take you a minute to kill him, one arm tied behind your back, his father said, making Izuku shiver, but his investigative abilities are nothing to overlook, especially with his quirk. He has a lie detector quirk. He cannot force you to say anything, but if you do, he can tell if you are lying. That's bad, Izuku said and rubbed his chin. Even if I refuse to talk to him, that would only make them more suspicious. They probably won't make too direct questions, but that just means they will try to trick me into saying something, probably just innocent questions about my family or something. I'd be exposed immediately, unless the quirk has some limitations, probably not mind reading. It wouldn't be called just lie detector. If it can read something in the body, possible to trick it, is it just technically true or? He descended into a string of low mutters. Izuku, his father said, bringing Izuku back from his thoughts. While I prefer for you to come up with your own solutions for the sake of learning, this time we should not delay, and I already have the solution for you. As you noted, the quirk cannot read your thoughts, as far as I know, but it comes close. While the lie detection isn't flawless, you cannot rely on being able to talk around it. You have a quirk that can counter it, Izuku said. It wasn't a question. It is called calm mind, father said. Think of it as a super meditation. It lets you calm your feelings and block stray thoughts to the point it affects your physiology. It is unlikely any lie could be detected in that state. It may also help whenever you let what happened to Miss Yui distract yourself. Izuku breathed in deep. That would have been nice a few weeks ago, he sighed. Perhaps, but you needed to experience what you did. Experience killing someone. Yes. Considering how badly the experience incapacitated you for days, I couldn't risk that your first experience of killing a human happened during a serious battle. That happens in this world, especially when opposing the powers that rule it. Not that heroes are above it. All Might trying to kill me is only part of it. The Hero Public Safety Commission had one of their special heroes assassinate so many people she eventually killed the chairman of the commission. That is how this system stays in power, and those in power aren't the kind of people you can face without being prepared to kill, and knowing how it feels. Izuku looked away from his father, uncertain how to feel. To get back on topic, his father said and reached out his hand. Izuku slowly took his father's hand, instantly feeling a new quirk flowing into his body. Have you had to deal with lie detecting, or maybe mind-reading quirks? Izuku asked. You said you had to reduce your number of quirks before, and this doesn't look very powerful unless. Maybe it could help focus during fights. Is that how you used it? Actually, I never considered that possibility. You should explore the idea. I used the quirk to better focus on my work longer, father said, and kept it because it helped me endure my recovery after my fight with All Might. Calm Mind helped me focus on something other than the pain. Izuku tensed, but the transfer was already complete. Are you still using it for that? I don't want to. You will need this quirk more than I do. In my current state, the dulling of my senses is usually as large of an issue as any pains. Remember why you are doing all of this. If you are concerned of my injuries, concentrate on taking down All Might. Now how do you feel? Izuku was confused at first, but after only a moment he was able to understand the new quirk. There was a slight thumbing sensation behind his eye, but the quirk didn't seem to be straining him much despite it not being too long since the previous one had been given to him. It is a quite light quirk to have, his father said. That is another reason why I kept it? Right, Izuku said. I can teach you how to use it during today's training. Actually, Izuku said, grabbing the back of his neck in a very Hitachi-like way, you want to celebrate with Ida and Shinso, his father concluded. Yes, Hitashi's parents actually invited us over for dinner. I'll catch up to training later. That you'll do, probably twice over. So, I can go. Have I ever forbidden you from meeting those two? No, Izuku responded. A slight smile found its way on his lips. They have saved me a fortune on therapy after all, his father continued, a smile in his voice. That Shinso kid is especially good to have around you. Despite sharing your quirk, I don't exactly share your experience of surviving in this society with it, and his quirk is truly something exceptional. Izuku's eyes narrowed as he got up to face his father. His quirk, keep your hands off. Seems they can get you feral almost as well as Inko. That is something worth remembering. A grin was audible in his voice. Tomura muttered something about the stupidity of volunteering for escort missions. Izuku didn't waver in facing his father, who raised his hands in front of himself conciliatorily. I am not going to steal quirks from those two. You have my word. Izuku waited for a few seconds before relaxing. Of course that only applies to them specifically, his father continued. I am still interested in that mention of a quirk copying quirk you overheard. That is something that took the doctor decades to do artificially, and the process has its weaknesses, as you have already experienced. Combining such a power with All for One could yield interesting results. Perhaps quirks copied by such a power could be taken by ours before the copy disappears. At the very least the doctor would love to experiment with such power. He grabbed Izuku's shoulder, taking his son's attention before Izuku could sink into analyzing the idea. If this copier is admitted into UA, I trust you to find out about his quirk and its usefulness. Shouldn't be too difficult a side mission even for him, Tomura muttered, but who knows? Tomura, their father said, will the League be ready to mobilize by the beginning of the school year? Yes, but I won't tell them that is what our schedule is based on. That is fine. It would only increase the risk of Izuku being exposed. Tomura stared at him and seemed thoughtful for a moment. Not a word to anyone outside this room, their father added. Tomura seemed disappointed at that. There was still a long way to go for them to have a nice warm brotherly relationship. Is there anything else? Izuku asked. Not for today, his father responded. When are you going to leave? I have to ask Kurogiri's help to get there in time now, Izuku said and nodded in the direction of the Nomua, which stopped what he was doing and moved to his side immediately. That's fine. You may go. Izuku picked up the holographic projector and checked he had his keys, wallet, and phone. He nodded to Kurogiri and a warp gate opened in front of them before his head was back up. They had already mapped the area where Hitachi lived, and the warp gate led to only a few blocks away from Hitashi's home. The area was much denser than the wealthy community his father had bought Izuku's house in. Hitashi's house was one in a row of identical apartment buildings. They even had numbers high on their walls to identify different buildings. There had also been a bunch of those near Aldera. Without the excessive amounts of money his father had sent, Izuku and Inko would probably have lived in one of those. Thanks to Kurogiri, he had gone from being hopelessly late to arriving quite early, so after thanking the Nomua, he just strolled towards the building, wondering how to make the best first impression. Hitashi's parents had been surprisingly trusting and willing to let Hitachi come meet his friends and stay overnight, and Izuku didn't want to do anything to risk that. He took a small detour to visit a nearby store to buy a basket and some fresh fruits to fill it. It wasn't the greatest gift, especially when bought from the local store of the house he was visiting, but he didn't want to bother Kurogiri again. He did his best to make it look nice as he walked the rest of the way, fine-tuning the position of the top fruit once he was already standing at the door. Once he rang the doorbell, it only took some seconds until Hitachi opened it. Izuku relaxed right away. He had probably been just overthinking things. "Hey Toshi. Hopefully I'm not too early." "Well, Hitachi held the back of his neck. "Don't think you'll need to worry about details like that." "Hitachi, is it one of your friends?" A woman stepped around a corner, followed by a man who looked deceptively like an older Hitachi, except for a lighter hair color. That was something Hitachi clearly inherited from his mother. Both smiled and seemed to get excited when they saw Izuku. Hitachi had the presence of mind to grab the gift basket and step out of the way before the two adults charged at Izuku. He was dragged inside and surrounded within seconds. He tensed at being manhandled like that. Both of the adults bowed in front of him. "It is an honor to finally meet you, Midoriya-san. I am Shizuka Shinso, Hitachi's mother. My name is Hibiki Shinso. I am Hitachi's father." Izuku stared, uncertain how he should react. It was unheard of for someone to be that excited or polite when meeting him. "It is nice to meet you too." "You have no idea," Hibiki said as he ushered Izuku to the living room, "how grateful we are for all you've done for Hitachi, and not just for saving him from criminals." "We were so horrified and relieved when he told us what had happened," Shizuka added. "To think simply walking on the streets can be so dangerous, and still he was so calm, telling us about it and even helped capture the criminals. He has been like a different person for the past months, and now getting to UA hero course. I mean, we always hoped he would become a hero, but his quirk isn't one that society considers heroic or designs entrance exams for," Izuku said with a blank expression, replacing his earlier nervousness. "And yet he did pass," the mother said, "in no small part thanks to your help with Hitachi's training. He won't shut up about it. It's kind of cute actually." "Mom!" Hitachi shouted in a very un-Hitachi-like voice. "It is true," his mother shrugged and focused back on Izuku. "Truthfully, I didn't at first want to let him train with you, and especially not travel to a different city and stay overnight with people we didn't know. I guess that was a lot to ask," Izuku admitted. "At least he eventually convinced you." "He tried, but to tell the truth that wasn't why we first gave the permission," she said. "It was because of your other friend, Ingenium's brother. We figured it wouldn't be some trick after confirming this. So, you didn't need to know any of us, just that Tinya is related to a hero." Izuku did his best to hold himself back from saying how the idea made him feel. "At least it told us you probably weren't villains trying to drag Hitachi into something illegal." "Mom, do you have to talk about them like that?" Hitachi interrupted. A concerned glance he gave to Izuku revealed he realized the direction Izuku's thoughts had been going. "I only told how things were," she responded bluntly, but then her expression softened. "I am glad we let you go in the end. I think Midoriya has proven it is safe to let you visit. I can't imagine what we could have done if those thugs had attacked you here. It is just sad you needed to travel so far to find friends." "True, and even that was only possible thanks to Toshi," Izuku said and reached his arm around Hitachi's shoulder, trapping his friend into the conversation. "See, Most people who know my quirk wouldn't even come within arm's reach even if I never gave them any reason to worry. And most wouldn't talk with me, Hitachi said. They are stupid, Izuku said and paused for a moment. It's not like you would do anything bad and getting brainwashed is so relaxing. People should try it more. Every word Izuku said was genuine and Hitashi's father started tearing up. Soon both parents hugged, crying happily in each other's arms. Hitachi sighed. Izuku tightened his hold and poked Hitachi with his other hand. Be happy you still have both of them and they are both here, Izuku whispered, suddenly much more serious, or someday you will regret that you didn't. Alright, Hitachi stuttered. Soon his parents let go of each other. His mother walked to the kitchen but his father stayed, asking Izuku and Hitachi to sit down on the couch while himself taking a recliner in front of it. Behind his happy tears however, the man's expression turned more thoughtful and tense, his attention focused on Izuku, who was well aware of it. He pretended to not notice and continued explaining the training he had done with Hitachi and Tinya and how exhausted they were afterwards. We noticed. He could barely walk over the threshold when he came back on Sundays, Hibiki said. Oh, that happened already on Saturdays, Izuku said and gave Hitachi a mischievous grin. First couple of months I had to basically drag Toshi home. It wasn't that bad, Hitachi defended himself. Yes, it was, Izuku responded. The first time I had to carry you the last 100 meters. That was because you spent half of the afternoon kicking my feet from under me. And now it isn't as easy to do. It would be hard for you to use your quirk with a mouthful of dirt. That happened once. Izuku grinned at the pouting Hitachi. Hitachi's father sniffed then breathed in deep. Midoriya, he started, you seem to have understood Hitashi's problems better than anyone, since you've suffered the same things because of your quirk. Does it work like Hitachi has told us, transferring quirks between people? Yes, Izuku answered carefully. I told you it did, Hitachi added to his father. And yes, it is totally okay. I know, the man fell quiet. Dad, don't tell me you. Hitachi spoke. His father's eyes widened, and he waved his hands defensively. After Hitachi fell quiet his father calmed and held the back of his neck. So that was where Hitachi got it? I'm not suspicious of you for your quirk, I was just wondering. Could you use it to transfer my quirk to Hitachi? What? Hitachi and Izuku said at the same time. I have been thinking about this since Hitachi first told me about your quirk Midoriya. Hitachi's quirk can be useful for a hero, but you know its limitations by now from personal experience from what Hitachi has told us. My surprise quirk can help him overcome those. Dad, that would leave you quirkless, Hitachi protested. He's not wrong, Izuku added, still too surprised to be sure how he should feel. It would make your life much harder. Perhaps, the man admitted, but it probably won't be as bad as you think. I am already old with existing relationships. My generation has more quirkless people to begin with than yours. It isn't the same as growing up quirkless today. Either way, for Hitachi it is worth the risk. It isn't like I need the quirk for anything. It is wasted on me. So, can you do it? It would be easy, Izuku answered, glancing at the palm of his hand, and the quirk would probably be easy enough on Hitachi, since it's likely closely related to his. Parents' quirks are usually similar to the child's quirk. So, you will do it? If Hitachi asks for it, Izuku said and leaned back on the couch. Hibiki turned his pleading look onto his son. Dad, are you sure? Hitachi asked one word at a time. You would do that? His father nodded. What parent wouldn't? Probably many more than you think, Izuku remarked quietly, still leaning back to give the father and son a little more space. Hibiki grabbed Hitachi's hand. You have wanted to be a hero since before you got your quirk. Now it is finally happening, and we are terrified you might get hurt fighting villains or even just in training. The possibility of being quirkless is nothing compared to that. I will do anything to make sure it won't happen. If my quirk can help. It would, Hitachi admitted. He looked at Izuku and nodded. Izuku smiled softly and reached to grab one of each of their hands, not separating the others. So, he started, how does this surprise quirk work? It is a voice-based quirk that is difficult not to respond to, Hibiki explained. If I focus on a single person I am talking to, they will experience my words, well, more dramatically. I haven't experienced it myself obviously, but people have described it is like I was screaming into their ear, and even if they knew it was going to happen it always jolts them like I caught them by surprise. Usually, people say or shout something when that happens. I have only used it for pranks when I was younger. It has never really been useful, for me that is. Wow, that is a really great match with Toshi's brainwashing, Izuku said, holding back the urge to mutter and take notes about the quirk. He smiled at Hitachi. You are going to knock out villains left and right. Why, yeah, maybe. Yes, he will. We are ready. Please do it, Hibiki asked. I already did, Izuku said and let go of them. Hibiki blinked but Hitachi wasn't surprised. How are you feeling? Izuku asked. My head feels a bit strange, Hitachi answered. No pain? No. None? The quirk really fits you, still tell me if anything changes. Sure. Good. Welcome to the Multi-Quirk Club, Izuku declared. The doorbell rang. Hitachi glanced back. I should get that. He got up and headed to the door. As he walked out of sight, Izuku leaned back and looked at Hibiki again. You surprised me, Izuku said. The way people are valued for their quirks nowadays, most people wouldn't even consider giving away their quirks, even to their own children. I can imagine, Hibiki answered. Truthfully, I've been thinking about this for months but kept hesitating. I tried to talk with some friends about it and they didn't even think it would be possible. Not surprising, Izuku responded. Quirks are considered such an inherent part of a person, it is hard for people to accept it could be taken away or transferred between people just like that, and if they do believe it is possible, the idea terrifies them. Yes. Hibiki fell quiet. I would be lying if I pretended not to have felt both of those feelings when Hitachi first told us about you. At least you got past them, Izuku said. That is more than most people I have ever met could do. How could I not? My own son has had to suffer the same fear from people for years, and we could do nothing about it. Hibiki sighed. Even if things look better now, I can't help but worry if UA is going to be any better. It will, Hitachi said from behind his father, having just returned with Tinya. At least I don't have to deal with things alone there. While Tinya gave overly formal greetings, moving tightly like a robot, Izuku moved to the end of the couch to make room for his friends, with Hitachi ending up sitting on Izuku's usual place in the middle. There were several quick snapping sounds. Hitachi's mother was standing on the other side of the room taking pictures, a soft smile on her lips. Eventually she put down the phone. The dinner is ready, unless Hitachi would like to have my quirk too first. No, Izuku said before Hitachi could respond. Both adults in the room seemed surprised, so Izuku continued. There are limits to how many quirks people can handle, depending on the quirk, I think. Being so closely related, your quirks probably wouldn't be enough to cause Hitachi harm, but I won't risk giving him more than one, at least not at the same time. I see, Shizuka said. Well Hitachi, if your friend decides it is safe later, you only need to ask. My touch telepathy might not help with your brainwashing like your father's quirk, but if you can think of a use for it. The room was quiet for a moment. May I ask what you are talking about? Tinya asked. I just expanded my list of decent people I know, Izuku responded, his friend notebook open on his hand as he added notes on Hitashi's pages about his new quirk combination, and some about his family. Where was he keeping that? Hibiki asked. Favorite, story author follow, story author. Fanfiction unleash your imagination. Flashy, mine too. Sman, maybe, maybe not. Proofread by 3D Phantom. Chapter 19, The First Day. Izuku, dressed in his new school uniform, stood in front of the way oversized door of his new homeroom classroom. He breathed in deep. At least it wasn't Aldera and Uehara wasn't there, then again Bakugo might be, and that was way worse. He pulled the door open, stepped inside, and could breathe normally again. He had come early and the only ones in the classroom were Tinya, of course, and a tall girl with black hair in a spiky ponytail. Izuku raised his hand to greet Tinya and took up the seat in front of him next to the wall. He turned around to talk more easily. Seems we are actually here. I can hardly believe it, Tinya responded. I have become more excited to attend here every day since the admission messages. Good for you. Tinya looked at Izuku more seriously now. Still not excited at being here. It's never been about where, just who. Tinya didn't say anything about that, but his expression softened to a slight smile. They were quiet for a moment. So, the girl asked with little hesitation. You two already know each other? Oh, yes. My apologies, I should have introduced him properly. Tinya declared. This is Izuku Midoriya. We have been classmates for the past year and trained together for the entrance exams. My name is Momo Yaoyorozu, she responded. It is quite impressive to have two people from the same class admitted to Uehiro course. You two must have trained hard together. 3 actually, Izuku corrected. The third comes from a different school but we trained together. This is going to be the first time we are classmates. I wouldn't be here without them. So you are all friends and got here together. That sounds wonderful. Did they help you train to pass the exams? It would be more accurate to say that he trained us, Tinya corrected. Izuku is an amazing fighter and started helping us even before he chose to apply. I just wanted to help my friends, Izuku said. I never had the chance before. What do you mean by that? Yaoyorozu asked confused. Izuku inhaled quickly and glanced at Tinya, who nodded slowly in encouragement. Do you think it's a good idea? Izuku asked quietly. The school already knows. You won't be able to hide it from your classmates and I don't think it would help you even if you did. It is not healthy to deny a part of yourself. If only he knew. Is something wrong? Yaoyorozu asked. We'll see, Izuku said only a little louder. I haven't had the chance to help friends for most of my life, about 10 years, because in this society most people don't want to make friends with people who are quirkless or have a quirk they fear. Izuku paused for a moment to let the words sink in as some more people arrived in the classroom. Guess who was a late bloomer with a quirk that didn't make anything better? I have heard about people being mistreated for their quirks, Yaoyorozu said like it had been a legend she didn't fully believe. Didn't think it could be that bad. Whatever you are thinking, think worse. Izuku, this isn't what you were supposed to say, Tinya intervened. Better she knows what the world is like outside her bubble, if she plans to save anyone in it, Izuku said and looked around right as a pink-skinned girl and a red-haired guy came in. Same for the others. The new duo heard him as both turned to look at him and the pink girl whispered something to the guy. Izuku couldn't help but wonder if she had suffered for her mutated appearance. At least the red-haired guy didn't seem to mind. Did they know each other? At that moment Bakugo stepped into the class and his scowl locked onto Izuku faster than a missile defense radar. Izuku tensed and his face dropped to the tired stare Tenya and Hitachi spent months trying to get rid of. What are you doing here, villain? What does it look like? I am waiting for the teacher to come, Izuku answered. How about you? Still not in an asylum? You. Bakugo seethed, ready to jump at Izuku when a red-haired guy stepped between them. Chill dudes. We are all supposed to be classmates here, so how about everyone calms down and we'll all try to get to know each other. I already know this scum, Bakugo said. He has a quirk-stealing quirk. He once stole my quirk. If you aren't careful, he might do the same to you. Several people gasped and looked at Izuku with more wariness in their eyes. You know it was an accident, Izuku said with a blank expression and tired voice of someone who had repeated the same words 1,000 times. Accidents tend to happen when people get their quirks, that's nothing unusual. Remember how you almost burned down the kindergarten? And you weren't even being attacked by bullies when your quirk appeared. How about the elementary school? Apparently, you're still having accidents, since at least a year ago your mother was still carrying a small fire extinguisher in her purse. At least I have control over my quirk now. Someone giggled until he was silenced by a murderous stare from Bakugo. Also, I gave your quirk back as soon as I figured out how to. That's what you say. It's not like you had any options. You have always been jealous of my quirk and stole it the first chance you got. Many explosions sparkled on Bakugo's palms. How could UA of all schools let someone like you in? I could ask you the same, Izuku answered. I also scored higher than you. I mean, how could they accept someone to a hero school that got 0 rescue points? Don't change the subject. There is no way a school like this could accept someone like you. Really? Izuku asked. That isn't what the principal told me last time we had tea. Didn't I already tell you about that? Not everyone is quite as bigoted as you. Bakugo kept staring at him, seething, but clearly couldn't come up with anything intelligent to say. Izuku responded to his stare in kind for about 5 seconds until a familiar mess of indigo hair and sleep-deprived eyes came through the door behind the walking bomb. Izuku instantly ignored Bakugo, most certainly to the hothead's annoyance, and waved his hand with a wide smile on his face. Hey, Toshi. Hey, Hitachi responded, but his focus was on the back of Bakugo's head, fully realizing what was going on. He walked towards Izuku right past Bakugo, almost brushing against the boiling bucket of nitroglycerin. Seems we drew at least one short straw on the class assignment. Stay out of this. Bakugo slammed his arm to the side, pushing Hitachi back and against the wall. Izuku jumped up from his seat, his whole body tense and ready to pounce. Flashes of blue flames appeared and disappeared across the backs of his hands. His fingers flexed. He could feel his all-for-one pulsing within him, thirsting to tear into Bakugo and rip the quirk out of him for good this time. Tenya's hand on his shoulder barely stopped him from attacking Bakugo right there. Bakugo must have seen that intent in Izuku's stare as the angry Pomeranian took a step back and raised his hand, small explosions sparking on his palm. Well, that was quick, Hitachi said. Shut you. Bakugo said and froze, still mid-sentence. His eyes stared forward empty as the brainwashing took hold. Izuku blinked and relaxed a little. His focus moved onto Hitachi. Are you okay? Yeah. He really was quick to start trouble. Worse than I expected, Izuku said and sat back down, or more like collapsed on his seat, needing a few seconds to straighten out. He was still surrounded by people he didn't know or trust. The red-haired guy waved his hand in front of Bakugo's empty eyes. Brainwashing, Izuku explained and glanced back at Hitachi. Can you put him somewhere else? Hitachi nodded. Pick a seat on the other side of the room and sit down. Without a word, Bakugo turned around and walked slowly step by step across the room and past their dumbfounded new classmates. How long is he going to be like that? The red-haired guy asked with some mix of curiosity and concern. Until I let him go, Hitachi answered. Unless you want to punch him in the face. And he will be okay after this. Yes, Izuku answered this time. I'm a little jealous. Could use some brainwashing to relax right now. I'll take your word for it, the red-haired guy said and offered his hand. My name is Eijiro Kirishima. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku reached out to shake Kirishima's hand, but the red-haired guy was yanked back by a tail. Hey, what gives? Kirishima asked the tailed guy. Didn't you hear what he can do? You shouldn't touch him carelessly. Izuku sighed. And so it begins, he said and pointed at the seat in front of him. Give Toshi room so he can take that seat. If you want to keep distance, you can. I'll stick with people I can call friends. If you are just here to make friends, then you can pack up your stuff now, a new voice said. Not exactly a friendly welcome, but it did get everyone's attention. There was a large yellow sleeping bag laying by the door, with only the face of its occupant visible. The man seemed even more tired than Hitachi. Welcome to UA's hero course. The man got up and opened the sleeping bag to get out of it. It took 8 seconds before you all shut up. That's not going to work. Time is precious. Rational students would understand that. Izuku had hoped UA could at least offer a better education, but this guy seemed less interested in his job than even the Aldera teachers, and he better not mess with his friends. Still, the teachers here were supposed to be pro-heroes. Izuku scanned the entire hobo-looking man, focusing especially on the strange long scarf around the man. Hello, I am Shota AI. Eraserhead, Izuku said and received a stare that was somehow tired and angry at the same time as the man's eyes seemed to glow red. Sorry, Izuku said, actually meaning it, at least mostly. Right, let's get to it, Eraserhead said and moved his attention from Izuku to pull something from his sleeping bag. It was a UA gym uniform. Izuku grimaced, hoping the teacher hadn't been sweating in there. Put these on and head outside. Just as they got to sit down. At least nothing the school would throw at them could be as bad as his father's training. They actually had to avoid breaking the students' bones. Then again they did have Recovery Girl. Izuku picked up the clothes and stepped around the tailed guy, whose eyes followed his every move. Hitachi nudged Izuku's side. Ignore him, he said. To think UA students could be that easily turned against their own classmates, Tinya added. As being quiet wasn't among his strong suits, the topic of their discussion was likely heard among the others. Well, they admitted BA. Izuku paused. Did you release him yet? Not yet. The teacher seems to appreciate punctuality. Would be shame if he had to wait for the angry Pomeranian. His description made Izuku chuckle, but it didn't last long. As much as I like the idea, it might get you into trouble. I doubt they would ignore you brainwashing him with many witnesses. What the fuck did you do that for? Bakugo screamed in the background. Maybe it would have been okay to wait a little longer, Izuku suddenly regretted. I didn't do that, Hitachi said and shrugged. Maybe that Kirishima guy took my advice. There was a loud bang of an explosion behind them. Should I pay for the funeral if he did? Izuku asked. Thanks, by the way. Not sure where that was going, but probably not anywhere good. Have to agree. I saw how you looked at him, Hitachi said. I did not, but I could still feel it, Tinya said. Be careful with him. Otherwise he might get you to do something you regret, like getting expelled. So, you know each other, and that angry guy. A large guy with 6 arms and a mask on his face asked, with a mouth that had appeared on one of his arms. Yes, to both, Izuku answered. He used to be my classmate, for a decade, and it was never better than you just saw. Because of your quirk. Even before it, I was thought to be quirkless till I was 13. He wouldn't get physical so much after my quirk appeared, but I was more alone than ever. Does your quirk really, steal quirks? A brown-haired girl asked. Izuku stared at the floor for a moment and sighed. Stealing is matter of whether you are allowed to take something, my quirk just does the transfer. Toshi, can I? Go ahead, Hitachi answered and offered his hand before Izuku finished the question. Izuku grabbed the hand and faced the girl again as the quirk transferred. You saw how Toshi's quirk worked, right? Right. Her eyes turned blank and expressionless, and she stopped, followed by Izuku and the whole group of students. Izuku didn't hold his control for long, just long enough for people to notice. The girl snapped out of it and Izuku returned Hitachi's quirk. Did that answer your question? Izuku asked the girl. Yes, I think so. If you are worried you can stay out of an arm's reach, Izuku said and looked away. I need to touch the person whose quirk I am taking. Oh no, I didn't mean to. My name is Okako Uraraka and my quirk is zero gravity. Surprised, Izuku glanced at the flustered girl and then moved his eyes down on the hand she offered in greeting. He accepted the gesture. Izuku Midoriya. Mizo Shoji, the six-armed guy joined the introductions. They reached the dressing rooms and the boys and girls separated. Izuku had barely started pulling off his shirt when the door was kicked open. Seething Bakugo marched in. Kirishima followed Bakugo, his hair seemingly standing up even more messy than before and black marks on his face, no apparent actual injuries though, not even a scratch. Either Bakugo was actually able to restrain himself better than before or this guy was really tough. Perhaps he had a durability-enhancing quirk? Anyone without one should have had at least some kind of injury to get the black marks and hair change from a literal explosion without any visible injury. Bakugo's head spun to stare at Izuku. He got 3 stares back as Izuku was standing between Tinya and Hitachi. Bakugo huffed and went to the opposite side of the room. Well, this semester started with a bang, don't you think? Kirishima said like nothing had happened. Izuku didn't know how to respond and continued changing his clothes. Seems you saved the funeral money, Hitachi whispered just loud enough for Izuku and Tinya to hear. For now, Izuku said, probably better to not encourage people to punch Bakugo anymore. Fine, Hitachi sighed. He might be causing trouble for no reason, but we should not seek conflict unnecessarily, Tinya lectured. They finished changing clothes uneventfully and got to the sports field among the first of their class. Their teacher Izawa was already there looking as tired and grumpy as before. You really took your time. That won't work here. Izuku sighed. Do you have a problem? We changed clothes and walked here at completely normal speed. It's not a race, and you didn't give us any deadline to be here. You seem to like talking back. I talk when I have something to say, especially if there is something that needs to be said. I'm not planning to go back to staying silent or acting submissive or even respectful to someone who hasn't earned it. I am your teacher. So? Izuku asked. What has your job to do with anything I just said? I thought you are supposed to train heroes here, not people that ignore or stay quiet about problems, because an authority figure said so. Izawa stared at him for a moment, perhaps thoughtful. It was hard to say with the capture scarf covering the bottom of his face. Then he pulled a small ball from his pocket. Talking alone won't solve many problems, let's see if you can back it up with actions. Today's lesson is going to be a quirk assessment test. Quirk assessment test. Most of the class asked simultaneously. What about the opening ceremony? Uraraka asked. If you want to be heroes, you can't waste time on pointless ceremonies. Here at UA we are not tethered to tradition. That means I get to run my class how I see fit, Izawa said, making Izuku worried. The man hadn't exactly impressed him as a teacher enough to have free reign over them. The man continued. You have been taking standardized tests for most of your lives, but you never got to use your quirks in physical exams before. The country is still trying to pretend we are all created equal by not letting those with the most power excel. Izuku struggled to not shout at the man right there and then, but Hitachi grabbed his wrist to hold him back. Treating people as equal? Not let those with the most power excel? That was the exact opposite from what he had experienced since he was 4. Even if there was the possibility the man was only talking about the overtly restrictive and simplistic quirk laws, there was still the implication that weak, in other words quirkless or weak quirked people, shouldn't be treated the same or have the same opportunities. Those with strong quirks should get away with things others wouldn't. Most of the time people's quirks didn't even matter to whatever their work was. It's not rational. One day the Ministry of Education will learn. What they should have learned was to give every student a chance regardless of their quirk, right after firing every teacher and expelling every student that discriminated against anyone for their quirks or quirkles. Izuku seethed inside. Midoriya. Hearing his name come from the man's mouth snapped Izuku out of his thoughts. He met Aizawa's eyes briefly, long enough to realize they were focused on him, and despite their perpetual tiredness the look was sharp, unwavering, like he was analyzing Izuku. Izuku's own stare was nearly murderous. There was no way Aizawa didn't see how he felt, but the man didn't show any reaction. You managed to get the most points on the entrance exam. What was your longest throw with a softball when you were at junior high? 68 meters, Izuku answered, starting to realize where this was going. At the corner of his vision, he noticed Bakugo squeezing his fists. Part of his attention had been on the walking bomb all the time Bakugo had been present. Right, try doing it with your quirk now. I see what you are planning now, Izuku said while taking the ball. Let me guess, everything we are going to do today is about physical tests that people with specific quirks can excel at and others are branded weak because there's work for different situations. Aizawa held his head with his hand. Just get in the circle and throw the ball. Anything goes, just stay in the circle. Izuku stepped in the circle and looked at the ball. It was an informal school test, not the end of the world whether he did well or not, but after all his training and with Bakugo there he wasn't going to give the asshole anything to hold over him. A Hellfire arrow might have given the ball just enough of a boost to get a superhuman score. He'd just have to be careful not to destroy the ball. It wasn't anywhere near as tough as the robots had been. He'd need to be careful with the amount and concentration of power. Flames erupted from the back of his hand as he activated Dragon Blade, keeping up the appearance of it and Hellfire arrow being two sides of one quirk. He pulled his arm back. You know he has stolen that quirk from someone, right? Bakugo said just as Izuku was about to throw. His flames flashed blue and as the ball left his hand the Hellfire arrow also took its blue form. In a fraction of a second it reached the ball, exploding right in front of Izuku. Burning pieces of the softball flew everywhere around him. Some hit his cheek and forehead and one struck his eye. He yelped and held his hands against his face to cover the injury. Izuku! Hitachi and Tenya shouted at the same time, while Bakugo laughed in the background. Running steps approached quickly. The regeneration had already started and Izuku's vision was returning to normal, but was it fast enough? They couldn't see any injury healing just like that. Are you okay? Ida asked right next to Izuku. Izuku blinked, his eye still covered by his hand to test his vision. Yeah, I think so, he answered and pulled away his hand, blinking some more. I thought a piece hit my eye, but it seems okay. Let me see, Aizawa said, having also arrived next to him. Izuku had no other choice but to meet the man's eyes again and let the teacher stare at his. Seems you got off with a scare. There is a black mark right at the edge of your eye. What in the world did you think you were doing? There wasn't supposed to be that much force. I was distracted, Izuku answered and glanced at Bakugo, who grinned back. There is an emotional factor to boosting this quirk's power. And you still can't control it to avoid such issues. I've only had this quirk for a year and found out how to make it stronger during the entrance exam. I am sure Nizu has talked to you about my actual quirk. Yes, he briefed me on your situation specifically, Aizawa admitted, with no hesitation. It surprised Izuku, who was left staring at the man. That won't mean that you get off any easier than other students. Since there seem to be no injuries, you three go back with the others. Of course, Tinya shouted way louder than needed and started pulling Izuku and Hitachi away from the teacher. Izuku didn't resist, and on the way back to their spots, the taller teen leaned down to whisper to him. Are you okay? Yeah, the pieces didn't hit hard enough to cause real injury, Izuku lied, feeling a sting somewhere deep inside. How about why this whole thing happened? Hitachi asked. Bakugo, Izuku said. He was part of the reason my flame turned blue in the first place. Seems I still have work to do to truly control this quirk. Somehow I don't think that will be a problem to you, Hitachi responded. You should focus on training your own quirks together, Izuku responded, getting some looks from their classmates. Enough talk, Aizawa commanded. All of you need to know your maximum capabilities. It is the most rational way of figuring out your potential as a pro hero, as long as you can control that potential. Bakugo, you came second in the entrance exam. Aizawa had another ball in his hand, and he tossed it to Bakugo, who had a grin on his face that the devil would have been proud of. He marched to the ring and without hesitation threw the ball, setting off an explosion as he did. The pressure wave struck the watching students, but the blast wasn't as concentrated as Hellfire Arrow, so at least most of the ball survived the flight. Aizawa turned towards the class and raised his phone with the measurement of the throw on the screen, 705.2 meters. Wow, 705 meters, are you kidding me? A blonde-haired boy said. I wanna go. That looks like fun, the entirely pink girl said. This is what I'm talking about. Using our quirks as much as we want, another boy said. So, this looks fun, huh? Aizawa muttered. Izuku got a bad feeling. The man seemed to be smirking. Idiots. Today you will be competing in 8 physical tests to gauge your potential. Whoever comes in last has none and will be expelled immediately. The whole class gasped and shouted, except Izuku. His forehead wrinkled as his stare drilled into the homeless-looking man that was supposed to be their teacher. Izuku glanced around at his classmates. He had no idea about most of their quirks, but the entrance exam would have favored physical and combat-oriented quirks, many of which would help in fitness tests like this. After a year of torturous training, Izuku was confident he wouldn't be last even if he couldn't excel in any of the tests relative to people with more suitable quirks. Out of the people whose abilities he could reliably estimate, the most likely to suffer that fate was. He glanced at Hitachi, who was still staring at the teacher, tense from head to toe. Izuku squeezed his hands into fists. So, this is how UA does things, he said. With the rescue points, I hoped this place wouldn't be as discriminatory as it seemed, but I guess you can't accept having anything but flashy physical quirks. If there was a hero I didn't expect this from, it was you, Eraserhead, but I guess it was too much to expect that you would actually bother to do your job. Teachers are supposed to help bring out their students' potential, even if that is different for different people, not push them away because you judge people you know nothing about to have no potential. As if simple fitness tests or relative performance of students told anything about that. With the quirk you have, I bet you yourself would have come last in something like this. When Izuku finished, everyone else were dead silent as their eyes darted between him and Aizawa, everyone except Bakugo, who started only at Izuku, looking surprised, but smirked when Aizawa took a few steps closer to Izuku. Are you done? Aizawa asked in a tired tone. Only one of us is a teacher, and like I said, I get to decide how this class runs. Understand? If that's a problem, you can head home right now. Izuku almost wanted to agree and leave, but he had a mission and, he glanced at Tinya and Hitachi. You can't send one of us home. We just got here, Eureka said. Even if it wasn't the first day, that isn't fair. Oh, and you think natural disasters are? Or power-hungry villains, Or catastrophic accidents that wipe out entire cities? No, the world is full of unfairness. It is heroes' job to combat that unfairness. Which is exactly why hero training should be fair, Izuku interrupted. Giving everyone fair chance without discrimination or other bullshit like this would be the only way to make everyone the best they can be and make the actually best excel. I can't believe a teacher would fall for that kind of stupid logic. Actually I can, but I hoped for better from a school that is supposed to be so great. Izuku looked at Izuku for a long while with a peculiar look in his eyes, before turning to face the whole class again. We are just wasting time by talking. Let the games begin. We are going to start with the 50-meter run. The class followed their teacher towards the running track. Izuku slipped between Hitachi and Tinya. How is your running? Hitachi sighed. Better than half a year ago, but I don't know about the others here, but between the three of us I'm going to be the last, and not just in running. He laughed once and it wasn't a happy laugh. It won't even be close. We all know it. You, Tinya especially, should have nothing to worry at least. Yes. This test is basically made for him and his quirk, Izuku agreed. Anyone with a quirk like that can easily avoid the last PLA. He fell silent midward and stopped walking. Hitachi and Tinya turned to face him. Izuku glanced at his hand, and when he raised his head the duo's eyes widened in realization. Don't tell me you. Tinya started. Could you even do that? Hitachi asked. Probably, Izuku responded and brushed his chin as if deep in though and not already well informed on his limits by his father. The physical changes are something I haven't tried before, but in principle it should work just as well. Might feel strange, I'm more concerned how many quirks that would mean for you Toshi, but I could just hold on to the others for the time needed. The real question is how well we could use the quirk, and if Tinya is ready for it. So, you are thinking that, Tinya said. Hey! Izuku shouted. How are you going to catch villains if you can't even walk 20 meters? Izuku sighed exaggeratedly and kept walking. I won't do anything you don't agree to. If things look like Toshi might be last, I can do the last tests worse. You two wanted to be here more anyway. His two friends didn't say a word, staring at him. A guy with two different hair colors and old burns on his face looked at the trio, but his face was totally expressionless. You can't do that, Hitachi hissed. Yes, I can. I believe you, Tinya said, but you don't need to. If you think the other thing works. Your quirk is safe. The risk is if we can use it properly. You should go run first so we'll have time to figure it out. Okay, Tinya said and walked ahead to the front of the class. Izuku leaned closer to Hitachi. I'll try it first and swap quirks with you then. This is going to be interesting, Hitachi said. There was still clear concern in his voice. Izuku put his arm over Hitachi's shoulder and leaned closer. You are not going to be last or expelled. And that was a promise. As expected, the 50-meter run was a breeze to Tinya even if he didn't have time to get on a high gear on such a short distance. While he walked back, Bakugo got to run, though he didn't really even touch the ground, propelling himself ahead with his explosions. Tinya stopped in front of Izuku. He didn't say anything but could just as well have had a hardening type quirk for how tense he was. Izuku sighed and grabbed Tinya's shoulder while staring into his eyes, radiating calmness. Tinya drew a deep breath. Go ahead. Try to relax yourself. It is easier that way, Izuku whispered. The quirk is different, but we have already done this with Hitachi's quirk. Izuku moved his hand up to meet the skin on the side of Tinya's head before activating his all-for-one. The quirk felt different than any other he had taken, but he had never tried to take a mutant-type quirk. He started wondering how much he could tell about a quirk just based on how it felt. He'd need more quirks to test it on, but there wasn't exactly an excess of volunteers. Izuku hissed and lost the thought when burning pain struck his leg. Tinya reacted the same, their teeth clenched together as their legs morphed to accommodate the transferring quirk. They would have fallen over if Hitachi didn't jump in to support them. What is? Aizawa started saying somewhere, but never finished the question. The quirk transfer finally finished, having taken longer than other quirks before. Izuku breathed hard and looked down. His calves had bulged out a bit, and when he pulled up his pant legs he could see them. His legs felt a bit heavier than before as he raised it, but otherwise they didn't feel especially strange. Tinya kept patting his legs, trying to feel any signs of engines. "It's okay," Izuku whispered to get his taller friend's attention. Right, sorry. What just happened?" a blonde-haired boy asked, and he wasn't the only one staring. "Haven't you seen people use their quirks before?" Hitachi asked, glancing at the guy and then focused on Izuku's transformed legs. "How are you feeling?" "Good now," Izuku responded, "now I just need to figure how to use them." Tinya: "Yes, the most important part is." Aizawa was eventually able to coax some other students into taking the run while Tinya instructed Izuku and Hitachi. Then it was Izuku's turn to run, competing with the guy with the tail. "Is that allowed?" "It isn't even his quirk." "All quirks are allowed in this test, including indirectly," Aizawa said. Izuku focused on his legs, feeling the vibration of the new quirk. The run began. He took several steps normally before getting the quirk to activate. Suddenly both his feet were pushed forward, and he zoomed ahead faster than he had ever moved, for less than a second. Then his feet left the ground and the world spun around him too fast to make a sense of things until everything went black. With 5.13 seconds, a machine voice announced. Izuku crawled up from the ground and wiped sand off his eyes. He hadn't been as fast as he had hoped, but probably better than he could have done without the quirk. Learning new quirks was tough, and next was Hitachi's turn. "Speaking of whom, are you okay?" Hitachi and Tinya asked, having ran to him. "Yeah," Izuku answered. "Need to work on the landing." "You still want to try Toshi?" "I want to stay in this school." "So yes," Izuku said and offered his hand. "Just beware, this one will hurt quite a bit, but it passes just as quickly." This time Izuku was better prepared for the feeling of having part of his body twist and change form, but Tinya still supported them to remain standing. In the end Hitachi performed much like Izuku, right down to the face landing. Izuku caught a glimpse of Aizawa grinning. Was he happy for their face planting, or? Izuku left the quirk with Hitachi for the moment to minimize the transfers for the later tests. The next test was a grip strength test. It didn't matter for, but after that came long jump. Hitachi's and Izuku's performances wouldn't have gotten any points for style, but at least Izuku didn't land face first this time. Afterwards Tinya finally got his quirk back. The taller teen rubbed his legs and sighed in relief. Suddenly he bowed deep towards Izuku. "I'm sorry. Even after all this time I doubted you and feared losing my quirk. I hesitated helping you and Hitachi. I should have known better." "You don't need to apologize," Izuku waved his hands in front of himself. "It was a big request to make suddenly, and to be honest I was a bit nervous too, but everything worked out well. I just hope it was enough. Your engine won't help with the ball throw. I already messed my throw, and Hitachi doesn't have time to learn the quirk. Maybe he could use it to spin to get momentum, but that would require, mutter. Izuku," Hitachi interrupted, "I already got an idea on how to handle this. Might need protection afterwards though." "Okay," Izuku said, and Hitachi walked past him to the ring. He looked at Aizawa. "So, I can use my quirk in any way I can to get the ball thrown. That should be obvious by now." Otherwise, I would have already disqualified you and Midoriya. If there is someone you should disqualify and expel, that is Mr. Boom Boom Bakugo over there. What did you? Bakugo shouted and fell silent mid-sentence. Come here and throw my ball as far as you can, Hitachi commanded. Izuku was holding back laughter as Bakugo walked to Hitachi with a blank stare on his face and took the ball. The class was whispering about Hitachi's quirk with a variety of tones. Hitachi got on his knees and covered his ears without leaving the circle. Bakugo threw the ball with an explosion even larger than before, shaking everyone with its shockwave. What the hell just happened? Bakugo screamed. He had shocked himself out of the brainwashing with his explosion. Izuku was moving before Bakugo even noticed Hitachi. When he did, his face twisted in rage. You bastard! Izuku was already visualizing his dragon blade as a shield, but when Bakugo swung his hand towards Hitachi, nothing happened, and a fraction of a second later he was bound by Izuwa's scarf-like capture weapon. Izuku and Tenya, who got there first, pulled Hitachi away while Bakugo was still struggling and cursing. Stand down. It would be wise to avoid making me use my quirk so much. It gives me serious dry eye. You saw what the brainwashing bastard did? Bakugo shouted. Yes, and he followed every rule I laid out. You are wasting my time now. If you try to attack another student, I will expel you regardless of your results. The capture scarf released Bakugo. Whoever is next can step up. At least he had threatened Bakugo to not attack again, but Izuwa was still letting him get away with trying to attack Hitachi. He had clearly tried to use his quirk, which especially at that distance could have killed or permanently maimed Hitachi. Izuku's eyes narrowed as he tried to keep an eye on both the walking bomb and an irresponsible teacher that just continued the tests. Are you okay? Izuku asked Hitachi, keeping his eyes on Bakugo the whole time. Yeah, didn't expect him to knock himself out of the brainwashing. Sorry, I was too slow, even after you said this might happen, Izuku apologized. Don't. I'm just surprised Izuwa got him before Tenya. That scarf is amazing and it doesn't even depend on his quirk. I wonder how hard it would be to learn to use one. Probably very, Izuku said. The rest of the tests went by uneventfully. None of the friend trio's quirks helped with things like flexibility and sit UPS, and longer distance running was done by everyone at the same time, so Tenya kept his quirk. Then it was over, and the class gathered in front of Izuwa. Alright, time to give you your results. I've ranked you all from best to worst. You should probably have good idea of your standing already. I'll just pull up the whole list. It is not worth it to go over each individual score. Izuwa pressed a button and a holographic list appeared in front of him. Tenya was safely on the 4th spot. Izuku came in a few spots later, wishing he had paid more detailed attention to other students' performances and Hitachi. Izuku's eyes scanned down the list. Hitachi was 15 out of 20, safe. The person who was going to be expelled was someone called Toru Hagakure. Izuku could hear someone sobbing in the group of students but didn't see the person. And I was lying, no one's going home, Izuwa said, silencing the class faster than any threat of expulsion. It was just a rational deception to make sure you gave it your all in the tests. The silence ended as quickly as it had begun. Izuku was one of the few who wasn't expressing something out loud. He was pressing his lips together, confused. He wasn't sure if he was relieved there never was the risk of expulsion, or angry that not only could they not trust the word of their own teacher but also took some risks because of his lies, especially with Hitachi brainwashing Bakugo. I am surprised the rest of you didn't figure that out. Sorry, I guess I should have said something, Yaoyorozu said, seeming not at all concerned with their teacher's deception. Several other students started bragging about not being concerned or being up for the challenge. That's it? We're done for today, Izuwa said and started walking away. Pick up a syllabus in the classroom. Read it over before tomorrow morning. Izuku's eyes followed the man until he walked around the corner of a sports hall. He stopped briefly and seemed to talk to someone. Soon he stepped completely out of sight and the class too started slowly moving towards the dressing rooms. Izuku stepped between Hitachi and Bakugo, who was walking a few meters away. He responded with a glare when Bakugo as much as glanced in their direction. Izuku also held his hand open much like Bakugo when he threatened people with small explosions, but Izuku's hand only showed the little hole connected to his all-for-one. Bakugo got the threat and tensed visibly, but also responded to Izuku's stare until their large six-armed classmate unknowingly stepped in between them. At least we'll still be here tomorrow, Hitachi sighed, still a bit out of breath after the series of fitness tests. I would probably have been last without your help, Izuku. Everyone here is really fit. It is the hardest to get into hero school, Izuku said. That's why we trained so hard. Tinya's quirk also helped, of course. You gave a quite impressive show. The trio turned to face their large classmate and blinked. Again, one of Shoji's arms had a mouth formed where a hand should have been. I don't think our other classmates are used to that kind of body morphing though, he continued. For that part I can understand how they feel, Izuku responded. Today was my first time experiencing something like that. Never tried to take a mutant-type quirk before, a bit more painful than I thought it would be. But you could still do it, Eureka said from the other side. That was so cool how all three of you could use the same quirk. I still don't believe it is even possible. They were actually happy talking about Izuku's quirk. He wasn't sure how to respond. It can be hard to believe without seeing it, Hitachi said, or experiencing it firsthand, felt kind of strange the first time. More like creepy, a blonde-haired guy other than Bakugo said. You could easily be dangerous villains with the quirks you have. There it was. Izuku sighed and bit his teeth together to not say anything. The group fell silent, and everyone looked at the guy that had spoken. That wasn't very nice, Eureka said. Come on, I can't be the only one who thought about it. There was silence as no one responded verbally, but when Izuku raised his head there were a lot of differences in their expressions. They are hard to use honorably, the guy with the tail said. Izuku sped up his steps to walk ahead of the group. Hitachi soon caught up to him. What basis do you have to judge them that way? Tinya declared, waving his arm in the usual way he did when lecturing someone. You should know you are talking about some of the most honorable and hard-working people you'll ever meet. For you to judge them on their quirks like that. Tinya continued lecturing to the class, which also slowed them down, letting Izuku and Hitachi get further ahead. No one tried to stop them. Favorite, story author follow, story author. Fanfiction, unleash your imagination. The superhuman society is great for some with comments. Zman, yep. In world full of dangerous quirks, AFO could just be called disarming, and I am not talking about amputation. Proofread by 3D Phantom. Chapter 20, Evaluation. After giving his instructions, Izuku left the sports field without further discussion. He thought about looking back to see how the students were reacting to the day, especially one white-haired one, but didn't want to seem too interested. He had definitely gotten reactions out of the boy for sure, but probably had not made his job easier. Izuku stepped around the corner of the sports hall and stopped, sighing as he came face to face with the number one hero. That was quite the dirty trick. Are you trying to turn him against us? If today was enough to do that, he would already be a lost cause, Izuku responded. I needed to see what he is really like. Some pressure tends to make people expose more of themselves than they otherwise would. So, what do you think about the boy? He could be a great hero. He has plenty of power and showed signs of the capability to care and sacrifice for others. Although he has only shown that with his friends so far, and he did react to my challenges with more hostility than I expected. He also has no problem making his opinion clear when he thinks something is wrong. I may need to be more careful with my usual teaching approaches. We can't rely on any respect for authority or trust unless we earn it by his standards. All Might opened his mouth to say something. If you want to talk about this matter, we should head to Principal Nizu's office first. I don't want to repeat everything twice. They walked to the principal's office where Nizu invited them in right away. So how did the new students do in your test? They have potential, but that isn't what you are really interested in, is it? True. Tell me everything that happened with Midoriya. Are you trying to tell me you weren't watching? Aizawa said. It is the first day and I am the principal. There is a lot of ceremony I need to attend, Nizu responded. Aizawa kept staring at him without flinching. I only saw some parts, Nizu added, holding up a phone, and the cameras don't record sound, something about privacy regulations. I did see he utilized his quirk and would like to hear more. Fine, Aizawa agreed and explained the day's events. I didn't expect him to use his quirk so soon at school, Nizu said, but that only shows it can be used heroically despite what the All-for-One we've known might have used it for in the past. That is good for us to remember. He glanced at All Might. The problem is guiding him in the right direction. Sounds like he is not the most receptive to your teaching. It is nothing we didn't expect, Aizawa said. The most surprising part was how vocal and open he is about his views. I can respect being the only one with the guts to talk back, no one else in the class dared to do so, but it might also become a problem if his views contradict with the law. He could be a vigilante just as easily as a hero or a villain, especially since he seems to be more interested in his friends becoming heroes than himself. That would still be a possible path towards becoming a second All-for-One, All Might added. Especially if his experiences make him feel the society should change as he wants. Have you considered that maybe it should? Aizawa said. Just because things being as they are let you become famous and successful doesn't mean it is good for everyone. All Might fell silent, looking at Aizawa who rubbed his neck and sighed. You should spend more time in dark alleys, poor parts of town, with people who aren't pro-heroes or just away from cameras. Even if that was the case, you don't seem to understand the threat he could pose with that quirk if he went down the wrong path, whatever his reasons were, All Might said. The kid is a walking national crisis, one wrong choice away from happening. Aizawa tilted his head to look at All Might, his eyes glowing red. If he or any student ever hears you talking like that about a student as a teacher of this school, I will erase your quirk in front of the class and drag you out of the school myself. Now, Nizu said. Let's not start a fight between teachers. Aizawa is right though. We need to teach and treat him like any other student and try to address anything that might make him veer off the right path. Speaking of which, there seemed to be some conflict. Let's talk about Katsuki Bakugo, shall we? Frankly speaking, I expected Midoriya to be the problem child I would need to worry about the most, but Bakugo has me concerned, by his actions, not his quirk, Aizawa said, glancing at All Might. There is clearly a history between him and Midoriya, so I don't yet know the full background of his behavior, but if it doesn't change for the better there is a high chance I have to expel him. As things are, teaching him combat skills and especially allowing him to have a license to use his quirk freely would be irresponsible. I am concerned at how you described his interactions with Midoriya and saw what he almost did to Shinso, Nizu said. Even considering Shinso's previous actions, I have to consider the expulsion option. Not yet, Aizawa said, getting surprised looks from both Nizu and All Might. He does not have the attitude to become a hero. If anything, his personality could lead him down a dark path which would be especially dangerous considering his quirk's capacity for violence, but if no one has corrected his behavior before, I doubt anyone will if UA cannot. We should at least try to correct his behavior first. Even if he gets expelled, at the bare minimum he should understand his own fault in that. If we expel him now, he certainly won't change. If you of all people are talking against expelling a problem student, then I have to agree, if you think you can guide both of them. I didn't become hero, or a teacher, to have an easy job, Aizawa responded. I still need to learn more about them though. Knowing their quirks and physical ability won't help with dealing with these issues, especially since Midoriya seems to have a chip on his shoulder about that. I am sure you'll learn what needs to be learned. All Might's lesson tomorrow might prove to be informative. Or counterproductive, Aizawa added. Like today? Nizu asked. I don't think Midoriya at least is any more trusting now than in the morning. Perhaps, but putting people under pressure is the best way to see who they really are. Midoriya said and did a lot that he would not have otherwise. Also, I still have a whole class to teach, not just him. My teaching style is a demanding one and I cannot give differential treatment, Aizawa answered. He turned around, meeting All Might's eyes. Remember that. Izuku stepped out of the black mist into the training room. Father was already there. Izuku, how did your first day of school go? He asked. The teacher though it was a good idea to start the year with lies and threats. At least our classmates don't seem to be, all bad, just some, and they put Bakugo on the same class. That. Izuku squeezed his hands into fists. He tried to attack Toshi. And what did the teacher do? His father asked. He stopped Bakugo from using his quirk. I guess I was lucky to get Eraserhead as a teacher, but he did nothing else, just continued the stupid fitness test, quirk apprehension test. I know Bakugo's explosions, and he was really angry. He might have seriously injured Toshi if not worse. Stealing his quirk and letting Tomura dust the body is still an option. Dad, no, people at UA are already suspicious of me, if something happens to Bakugo. True, good thinking. Always thinking a step ahead. And you already knew I was going to say that. True, but I wanted to see how you would say it. At least some people in the class seem decent, definitely better than my old class at Aldera so far. No one was as bad as Bakugo at least, except Bakugo. I can deal with them as long as Tinya and Toshi are there. Just do not let your guard down. You have been careless with your words too many times before already. Some of them might be decent to you when they think you are just another kid wanting to be a hero, but if they found out about who you really are they will come after you, no matter what you do. I know, Izuku sighed. They stood there in silence for a moment. So, his father spoke first. You mentioned your teacher is Eraserhead. What do you think about him? Izuku looked to the side, thinking what to say. I thought he might understand at least some of the problems of this society since his quirk isn't physical or flashy. He also works mainly underground so he isn't a hero for the fame, but he's far from a good teacher and, well, it is hard to say since most of what I thought about him was because of the tests that he lied about. Lied you say? His father asked. Izuku explained to him what had happened during the school day. It was impossible to say what his father was thinking behind the black helmet. Izuku was just finishing when his father raised his hand and launched an air blast at Izuku who barely avoided it. Dad, he whined and jumped to the side to dodge another blast. You need to keep your guard up at all times. That does not only apply for physical attacks but also to what people say or do. Always assume people might be lying. Consider the situation and what you need to do if what is told to you turns out to be a lie. I know, but I had to assume it was true. Right. Did you learn anything other than the unreliability of heroes? Was All Might around perhaps? No, I didn't see him all day, but the actual hero training begins tomorrow, and he is listed as our teacher in hero studies. Izuku waved papers in his hand with the syllabus and other school-related papers. So, it is only a matter of time. How about the quirk copier? If he got in, I don't think he is in my class. I didn't see anyone doing something like that. It should have come up the latest when I used my all-for-one. Perhaps, but there are still other classes he might be in. Keep your ears open. Did any of your other classmates have interesting quirks? Izuku pulled a notebook from under the other papers and held it open. Every one of his classmates had a full 2-page opening reserved for them, though Izuku had only scribbled down some observation for most of them. Creation can be unbelievably useful almost anywhere. Hardening is simple but very practical for physical battle, especially since it seems to enhance strength too, and Kirishima seemed to be a pretty decent person. Also, I think one of my classmates is Endeavor's son with an ice quirk, and I have heard he is supposed to have fire too. Those seem the most interesting so far. Yes, most certainly.
Okay, let's see. I think maybe seeing some of the course of the classmates might be during the USJ. No, during the USJ, they're going to try to kidnap some of the students. Just because. For first, maybe that may be the best option. Maybe. Who knows?
Dad, if you steal any of their quirks, the heroes are going to come after me. Father didn't actually respond to that, and his face was still covered, but somehow Izuku still felt like the man was pouting like a kid who didn't get the toy he wanted. A moment later his father got back from his thoughts. Well, it was only the first day. This kind of operation takes time. Keep your eyes open and try to learn something while you are there. Some of the teachers have to be competent at teaching, at least to get the school such a reputation. As for your usual training, there is something new I want to show you. The doctor has completed his newest creation. Kurogiri, bring it in. A dark portal appeared in front of them, and a few seconds later something large stepped through. From the blackish skin color, Izuku realized it was another Nomu even before its head came through, revealing the beak-like mouth and exposed brain. The creature was much larger than the previous Nomu and muscular in the same massive way as All Might. It's not low tier, he concluded, remembering how his father had described the previous Nomus. Quite the opposite. Tomura calls it the anti-symbol of peace. It's meant to fight All Might. Izuku blurted out. His father chuckled. You catch on quick as ever. Given the right opportunity, this Nomu should be able to defeat All Might. I'll believe it when I see it, Izuku said, his hand squeezed into a fist, trying to control his emotions from the thought of something defeating All Might. In time, but until then, want to take a shot at it? Are you kidding? If that thing is meant to be as strong as All Might, what chance do I have? About as much as you had against the low tiers when we began your training, his father said, maybe a bit less, but there is only one way to find out. There will be pain, but you need to push your limits to expand them. I don't quite trust UA enough to leave your training to them. Now put your things aside and prepare yourself. Today you will experience the power needed to change the world. Okay, Izuku said and gulped. It will be challenging, but your growth has been impressive, Kurogiri commented. One day even this Nomu will not pose a problem as long as you continue your training. Izuku smiled and stepped in front of the new Nomu. He breathed in deep and lit his dragon blades. Nomu, his father said, attack. Izuku wasn't planning on just taking the attack and charged forward. Next thing he realized, the Nomu was already right in front of him. He jumped to the side, avoiding the Nomu's attempt to grapple him. It turned at incredible speed to try with its other hand. Izuku's blades flashed and turned blue as he slashed off the Nomu's fingers. That was as far as he got. The Nomu rushed forward almost too quickly to see, and a massive hand grabbed Izuku's arm. In an instant he was slammed to the floor with cracks from his breaking ribs and nose. Izuku would have screamed, but the monster used his other hand to press his face against the floor. The arm the Nomu was holding cracked and broke. Izuku was gasping for air, barely able to breathe against the floor. Good first try, his father said, but Izuku barely paid it any attention. He could sense death hovering over him, but was unable to move under its hold, except for the still free unbroken arm. He screamed, muffled by the floor, and swung the blade hotter than ever over his head. Most of the pressure on his skull disappeared and warm liquid fell on the back of his neck. Izuku raised his head and twisted around, screaming at the pain this caused in his broken arm still held down by the Nomua. Izuku pointed his hand at the monster's chest, and with a blue flash there was an explosion that left him temporarily blind and deaf. His broken arm was briefly pulled back agonizingly and then released. Izuku. His father's voice came right next to him. Izuku blinked as his sight started returning, but mostly his eyes squeezed shut as he bit his teeth together to not scream as his bones reformed themselves. Something touched his reforming arm and the pain there eased somewhat. Izuku rolled to his back to ease pressure on his healing ribs. Slowly his breath eased, and he could focus on his father's form in front of him. That might have been a little much, his father said. Do you feel anything broken still? I think no. The pain is starting to go away. It was too fast. I couldn't react fast enough. Were you using the calm mind? No, I haven't really used it yet. It was your idea to use the quirk to focus in battle. You should try it. At least use the quirk next time you are healing broken bones. I'll try to remember that. Izuku drew a deep breath and let his father help him back up. At least you did quite a bit of damage on the Nomua, his father said and gestured at the creature standing nearby. It had a large red mark across its chest, as if the skin was peeled away, showing the muscle tissue underneath. It regenerated the worst of the damage but seems to have some difficulty fully healing back to normal. Look at the fingers you cut off. Izuku looked down. The Nomu really had regrown the fingers, but there was a red line going through all of them where they had been cut. I have to ask the doctor to investigate this. See if it has weakness in the regeneration or if it's something with your quirks. Very interesting either way. Good thing you didn't hit the brain. I would appreciate if you do not kill this Nomu in training. Then again, if you can, it isn't as strong as I thought. You are great at motivational speeches, Dad. You avoided its first 2 attacks and inflicted injury. That is more than most pro heroes should be able to do. You might lack a speed quirk, but your reaction speed has improved greatly. Now, want to go again? Izuku hesitated for a moment, shaking his formerly broken arm. Maybe I should tell it to use a bit less force, his father added. That would be nice, Izuku said and stepped in front of the Nomua, his hand shaking a bit. After activating his blades, he concentrated on adding the calm mind at the same time. His hand stopped shaking and the previous ordeal disappeared from his mind. Details of the room disappeared except for their tactical value as the terrain of the battle. The only really important thing was the Nomu in front of him, and he was acutely aware of every little twitch and movement of the creature. Nomua, attack, but don't break bones, a voice commanded. The creature's posture started changing, it was going to. The Nomu was right in front of him, already throwing a punch. There was no use or time to form a shield. This Nomu would destroy him even with a shield. There was no fear in that thought, just an observation. Izuku bolted to the side and slashed halfway through the Nomu's arm. It shifted its balance to turn around, but Izuku didn't have time to land and change direction. The Nomu spun around and brought its other hand to backhand him. That slap alone threw Izuku several meters. Izuku adjusted his position mid-air and almost landed on his feet. He briefly dropped to his knee and used one arm to support himself. He didn't have time to get up as the Nomu attacked again and could only dive away once before being caught and pressed against the floor again. Enough, his father announced. The Nomu let Izuku go, and thinking he was okay, Izuku stopped the calm mind. Ouch, he hissed, feeling the full pain from the impacts although his bones seemed to be okay. Congratulations, son. If you were fighting a non-regenerating enemy, you would have effectively maimed them. How about this regenerating enemy? Izuku asked while getting up. The wound healed like the last ones. Started as it should but slowed towards the end. The arm seems to work normally but still has that scar. I'll have the doctor analyze them. More important right now is that I could see a clear difference in you compared to the first fight. Did you use the calm mind? Yes, Izuku responded. It helped more than I expected. I could focus on the Nomu and think clearly. It was like everything else barely existed, just me and it. That is good, but also concerning. Can you think of the reason why? Why? Izuku repeated and brushed his chin, thinking for a few seconds. I was totally focused on it. If anyone else tried to attack me. Game over, as Tomura would say, his father finished. Be very careful with that quirk, especially if you are fighting alone. I will. Now using it to do homework on the other hand. Right. Favorite, story author follow, story author. Fanfiction unleash your imagination. He would leave a lot of evidence behind though. I wonder if the sticky balls have DNA in them. Proofread by 3D Phantom. Chapter 21, Battle Training Part 1. Izuku yawned as he walked through the UA gate, still stunned that he actually went to school there. Thoughts of his awe drifted away quickly though as he fell deep in thought. The previous evening's encounter with the new Nomu had reminded him of how far he still had to go to have the power to change the world, or even just his own country. Hell, in terms of speed Izuku couldn't even keep up with Bakugo in the entrance exam combat, and worse, had been too slow to stop him from attacking Hitachi the previous day. If Eraserhead hadn't stopped him. Izuku didn't like Eraserhead after the previous day, but he could still be grateful. Even if the man was obviously made his teacher for his ability to erase quirks, including his all-for-one. Though the man wasn't too subtle about it, having admitted to being specifically briefed on Izuku. Izuku wondered if the man even knew the whole story with Izuku's father. Maybe Nizu and All Might hadn't told him everything. The hobo-looking man hadn't exactly focused on him, except for the softball throw, but entrance exam results were as good an excuse as any. If he just hadn't messed that up because of Bakugo. Both Izuku and Bakugo froze still as Izuku stepped out of the stairwell right next to the walking dynamite stick. Actually, that was unfair to dynamite. That stuff is not actually that easy to set off. He was more like a bottle of warm nitroglycerin. Bakugo hopped back from Izuku and raised his hands, ready for battle with tiny explosions crackling on his palms. After the previous day Izuku didn't have any doubts about Bakugo's readiness to use violence. Izuku's expression fell blank, but within he had tensed throughout, feeling something in his throat. He shifted into a more defensive position, hands open, ready to use either all-for-one or vibration. Were things really going to be like this his whole time at UA? Briefly Izuku wondered if it would be easier to get away with stealing Bakugo's quirk. Eventually Bakugo broke his stare and, still ready to strike, stepped towards the class. As he came closest to Izuku he whispered under his breath. I will destroy you. A year ago you might have been able to, Izuku whispered back. Bakugo scowled but kept walking, never completely turning his back to Izuku. Izuku kept several meters distance until they got into the class and he slipped into his seat between Tinya and Hitachi. They kept the same sitting order in every class and Bakugo settled to sitting at the opposite side of the room in every class too. Hitachi didn't even need to use his brainwashing. Other students generally didn't bother them. Many of them seemed more awkward or hesitant than afraid or hostile, but Izuku mostly kept Tinya and Hitachi between himself and them whenever they left the classroom. Tinya especially made for a good barricade. When their lunch hour rolled around the trio stood and departed the classroom quickly. As they left the classroom Tinya spoke up. Izuku, I know yesterday didn't end well but you shouldn't avoid our classmates. You should at least try talking to the ones that seem to accept you. That goes for you too Hitachi. Izuku sighed and looked at Hitachi. He is probably right, Hitachi said, and both looked around. They had already walked away from their classmates and the corridor was full of other students. Izuku could spot only one familiar person, mostly because Shoji towered above the other students, and some walking behind him snickered while one of them pointed at him. Another waved her hand stupidly. Izuku scowled and walked towards his six-armed classmate. "Hey Shoji," he called loud enough for the snickering group to also hear, "want to have lunch with us before today's hero training?" He made sure to emphasize the hero part. The snickering group's faces dropped. It was difficult to tell how Shoji felt under his mask. What was the point of that anyway? A mouth that formed in the end of one of his arm tentacles was smiling, however. Even Izuku had to admit that it could be startling to witness the first time. "Sure," Shoji answered and looked at the trio as Hitachi and Tinya had caught up to Izuku, "if you'll have me. I don't want to intrude." "It's okay. You seem decent enough as a person to spend time with," Izuku said, "also I think we have something in common." "Oh, what is it?" "Yesterday when you asked if Bakugo's behavior was because of my quirk, I got the impression you were familiar with that kind of stuff, and mutant-type quirks are the ones people most often discriminate against," Izuku said and glanced where the snickering students' backs were getting further away from them. "You aren't wrong. You don't need to explain," Izuku said. "All of us understand. Let's get some food." They went to the cafeteria and got a 4-person table. Izuku froze for a moment, seeing Shoji eat with a mouth he formed at the end of one of his arms rather than take away the mask he seemed to always wear. He blinked a couple of times until his thoughts moved to wondering how Shoji's intestines worked with that. After giving up, he focused on his own food. Shoji had his own reasons for eating like that, and Izuku wasn't going to complain about it or push him to talk. "So," Shoji started carefully, "why did you want to become a hero?" "My entire family are heroes and I want to continue the Iden name in heroics," Tinya said. "Also, someone taught me I should always stand up against what is wrong. I want to prove to people my quirk can be used to help people," Hitachi said. "That it doesn't make me a villain." Shoji nodded to both of them. "I came here because these two came here," Izuku said between mouthfuls with a totally neutral face. Shoji actually made more eyes to stare at Izuku after that answer. "Really? Really?" Izuku said and ate some more. "It is true, at least partially," Tinya confirmed. "Personally, I think he is and wants to be a hero more than he admits to. He never turns away from injustice." "Already saved me," Hitachi added, "and my chances of being here." "It was too much of a hassle going to different schools," Izuku said, holding the back of his neck in a Hitachi-like way. "How about you, Shoji?" "Part wanting to help people, part the same as Shinso." "Welcome to the club," Izuku said. Lunch passed quickly without a hassle, and next up was the start of their hero training. Izuku was sitting on his seat, nervous of who would be teaching them. Izuwa he could handle unless the man was going for some stupid deception or other stupid ideas, but All Might taught at UA now. Chatter in the room revealed that others were wondering the same question, though with more excitement. At least Tinya and Hitachi knew better than to talk about the number one hero next to him. "I am." Izuku's blood froze. His mother's corpse laying on the ground flashed in his eyes. His father's eyeless disfigured face stared at him after years apart. "Here." Coming through the door, like a hero, All Might shouted and came through the door in a stupid pose, leaning forward and hanging from the door frame. "Toshi," Izuku hissed through his teeth, "really, don't hesitate to use your quirks on me if you have to." Hitachi nodded slowly without turning to face Izuku, who was grasping the sides of his desk with all his strength to hold himself back. The rest of the class were too busy gasping and whooping in disbelief to notice his opposite reaction. "I can't believe it's really All Might," the blonde Izuku didn't like said, "the other blonde, not Bakugo. Sweet. He is a teacher. This year is going to be..."
Okay, the other one is, let's see. I can't stop twinkling. Yeah, him. I don't remember the names of every single of him student in them. Okay, Baku and Mitsuko are the most easy, and the other ones are pretty okay. Ayama, that's who it is. That's the one. That's who my mind is. The one who won't. Okay.
Totally awesome, Kirishima declared, so blind to the realities of the hero world. As All Might did a stupid exaggerated walk to the front of the class, some other students commented on his hero costume. All Might stopped next to the teacher's desk and looked around the room. His eyes stopped on Izuku, who was in no mood to play around and responded with his most murderous stare. The number one hero quickly averted his eyes. "Well, welcome to the most important class of UA High." All Might's signature grin never faltered. A class that only like 2 out of 11 students in the school gets to attend, Izuku thought. Think of it as heroing 101. Here you will learn the basics of being a pro and what it means to fight for the name of good. Depending on what you considered good. Izuku continued to glare as the man was posing again, as if they were there to look at his muscles. He showed a piece of paper or a sign that said a single word, battle. Let's get into it. Today's lesson will pull no punches. Izuku had to look away from the obnoxious man, but that only made him spot Bakugo, whose face was twisted in a dangerous mix of excitement and deranged joy. But one of the keys to being a hero is, All Might continued. Saving people, Izuku thought. Looking good. Yep, it had been too much to hope from the number one hero. Punch things and try to look good were the two things he had also done a year earlier, when Izuku's mother was lying dead at his feet. All Might continued, unaware of Izuku's objections. These were designed for
Alright, we're back. We're taking a little break. Okay.
you based on your quirk registration forms and designs you sent in before school started. A bunch of lockers extended from the opposite wall with numbered suitcases in each of them. That got everyone excited again. After a few more instructions, All Might left the room and the students rushed to find their suits. Hitachi turned to face Izuku, who stayed tightly on his seat, breathing heavily. If One for All had not been so resistant to All for One. Izuku's thoughts were interrupted when one of the suitcases was placed on his desk. Tinya handed another one to Hitachi and gave Izuku a concerned look. He glanced back until the last of other students had left. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm." Izuku started. "No," Hitachi finished. Izuku slumped. When he spoke next, he spoke quietly. "True. I'm not sure if I want to cry because of Mom or attack All Might for her. I would not recommend the second one, you might get expelled," Tinya said. With someone else it would have been a joking remark, but for Tinya it was just his usual strictness and good understanding of Izuku. Izuku smiled, sniffed, and wiped a tear from his eye. "Thanks guys," Izuku said and got up. "We should go. I don't want to make you late from the training." The duo nodded slowly, and they followed their classmates to the dressing rooms and settled near Shoji on the opposite end of the room from Bakugo. Others seemed to have at least partially the same idea, as Bakugo had the most empty space around him in the crowded room. Izuku opened his suitcase, hoping for the best. There wasn't really much that could be done to design a suit for All for One, so his requests had been mostly focused on not hindering his mobility in combat while surviving his use of the Dragon Blade and Hellfire Arrow. Besides that, it was supposed to be plain. Whatever All Might said, the looks were the least important part of being a hero, a real hero, not a showman cashing in on the fame. He pulled out a simple one-piece jumpsuit. At first he wanted to make it black for stealth purposes, but that could have resembled his villain costume too much. White would have worked with his hair, but that would have been a blatant opposite of his black suit, and Kurogiri had been strictly opposed to the color. The Nomu had just finished doing laundry for his white shirts that day. In the end Izuku had picked his second favorite color and had the jumpsuit made dark green. The designers had also added some black details and feet reinforcements he didn't mind. More importantly, he had gotten red shoes this time, along with an equipment belt and gloves that had holes on their palms for All for One, and some kind of protective layer covering the backs of his hands, though not hard metal like his other gloves. Naturally, the equipment belt had a holder for notebooks, and everything was stronger and more fire-resistant than regular fabrics. Finally, the costume had nothing for his head. It wasn't like he needed to hide his face in this world of superstar heroes, and the next winter was far away. Some kind of gas masks might have been useful though. Changing to the simple costume didn't take long, especially compared to Tinya's costume that made him look like a mix of a medieval knight and a sports car. The larger teen had barely put half of his costume on by the time Izuku started turning around and flexing his limbs to test if the costume would hurt his mobility. It definitely was not as accurately measured as the costume his father had gotten him. The material was flexible and didn't hinder his movements significantly, but the jumpsuit felt a bit too tight, fitting him a bit too snugly and skin tight. Then again, maybe the designers had done that on purpose. Tight costumes did help heroes show off and get more pictures taken of them, All Might being a prime example. Izuku sighed, but it wasn't really something that mattered now. He turned to Hitachi. If anything, Hitachi's costume was even simpler than Izuku's. Instead of a jumpsuit he had a tight black t-shirt, gray pants that were a bit baggier but would not get in his way, and black boots that looked a bit like those of Izuku's villain costume, but perhaps a bit lighter. For Izuku, the most interesting part of the costume was black arm guards on both his arms, wider than the arm itself, reaching from the edges of his gloves to the elbows. Izuku tapped one with a finger. It was hard, though didn't seem metallic, carbon fibers maybe. "What do you think?" Hitachi asked. "I got the idea from how you use your flame shields." I thought something similar might improve my defense even if they are narrower. I also made sure to ask for fireproof gloves. That's a great idea, Izuku said with a wide grin. We have to train with them after school. Yeah, I was going to ask your help with that. My new apartment is close to a nice sports field. We could go there. Oh right, you moved closer for school, Izuku said, exited. Closer than you, Hitachi said, unless you bought a new mansion and didn't tell us. No, but, if you'd like one, Izuku shrugged, forcing a thoughtful expression onto his face. They stayed quiet for a moment, as did those closest to them. Then both burst out laughing. It took them a moment to calm down. Unfortunately, that might be a little too much to convince Dad on. Understandable, Hitachi agreed. They waited for Tinya to finish putting on his overly complex armor and headed to the training site. They were the last of their class to exit the changing areas. The training site was another one of the many cities UA maintained for the hero classes. All Might was standing in the middle of the street at the end of the corridor they entered through. Izuku could already feel his blood pressure rising at the sight of the man. He fell a few steps behind Hitachi and Tinya. You look so cool, All Might said with a thumbs up to the students, finishing something the latecomers didn't hear. Now shall we get started, you bunch of newbies? Now that you are ready, it's time for combat training. Sir, Tinya said, raising his hand, this is the fake city from the entrance exams. Does that mean we will be conducting urban battles again? Not quite. I am going to move you 2 steps ahead. Most of the villain fights you see on the news take place outside. However, statistically speaking, run-ins with the most dastardly evildoers take place indoors. Think about it, backroom deals, home invasions, secret underground lairs. Truly intelligent criminals stay in the shadows. All Might's explanation caught Izuku by surprise, mostly because he was making sensible points for once. For this training exercise you will be split into teams of good guys and bad guys and fight 2-on-2 indoor battles. The brief explanation was followed by a series of questions from the students. Izuku squeezed his hands into fists when the first question Bakugo was able to come up with was how much they were allowed to hurt their opponents, since obviously the question didn't come from concern over his fellow students. Eureka on the other hand was concerned over a possible threat of expulsions thanks to Eraserhead. All Might moved on to explain the training scenario. Unfortunately, he had already forgotten the mostly sensible examples he used before, and the training scenario sounded more like an action movie battle with villains guarding a nuclear weapon inside an office building for some reason, and heroes trying to get the bomb or defeat the villains in time, not like a real situation which would require them to do both. Well, if the point was just to learn to fight, it might be adequate, except neither All Might or UA had yet to actually teach them anything about fighting. Maybe they wanted to test them like the first time Izuku faced Inomua. Time is limited, and we'll choose teams by drawing lots. The traditional you have to be able to work with anyone approach, Izuku muttered just loud enough for Tinya and Hitachi to hear. It isn't completely wrong, you know, Tinya whispered back. Heroes often have to work together and may not have any options in an emergency. What's that? All Might called. Tinya instantly bowed. Nothing, sir. Please excuse my rudeness. Next they had the team selection. Even the ever-polite and dedicated Tinya groaned when he was paired with Bakugo. Izuku placed his hand on Tinya's shoulder. My condolences. He's not going to cooperate with you, so your best chance is just letting him go and using him as a distraction. Izuku Midoriya and Fumikage Tokoyami, All Might declared another team, and Izuku started searching for his new ally. He hadn't yet talked with Tokoyami, but the bird-headed classmate in an all-black cloak was easy to recognize. He might also understand what it was like to be discriminated against for his quirk, so Izuku wasn't completely pessimistic about the potential teamwork. Izuku decided to test his theory and offered his hand for a handshake. Tokoyami reacted slowly, but still did respond in kind. Izuku was just about to grab his hand when a dark, distinctly bird-shaped mass emerged from within Tokoyami and blocked Izuku from approaching. Also, much to Izuku's surprise, it could talk. "Don't come any closer. I won't let you touch Fumi." Izuku took a step back in surprise and looked at Tokoyami, a question in his wide eyes. Tokoyami, however, was already in action, trying to hold down the shadow creature. "What are you doing, Dark Shadow? He is our ally. That doesn't mean I am going to trust him. If he tries anything, I won't hesitate to deal with him. Stop this foolishness, Dark Shadow. Don't trust him, Fumi." "The quirk has the right idea," Bakugo commented from nearby. "Is there something wrong?" All Might asked. "I am sorry," Tokoyami said. "Dark Shadow is acting out. He's a sentient quirk." While it had already been pretty obvious, the word sentient quirk lit a glint in Izuku's eyes and he pulled out one of his notebooks. He barely noticed All Might speaking, which was no low bar. "That is quite rare. Can you participate in the training?" All Might asked. "Yes. This isn't too unusual." "With that guy?" Dark Shadow asked, shocked. Izuku felt as if it was glaring at him. "Yes," Tokoyami said more forcefully. "Now go back inside until we start." "Don't let him touch you," the quirk said just before it disappeared into Tokoyami's body. All Might looked at him for a moment, glancing at Izuku several times, nodded, and went back to randomly choosing teams. Tokoyami turned back to Izuku only to meet an intense stare over an "How far can he reach?" Izuku jumped at the booming voice. It echoed in his head but felt like Hitachi was screaming next to both his ears with a voice amplifier. "What?" he responded reflexively and fell under the brainwashing. It didn't last long as Hitachi came to him and flicked his forehead with a finger, breaking the brainwashing. "His quirk already doesn't seem to like you. Try not to agitate him by pushing too much," Hitachi advised. "You're right. Sorry, Tokoyami. I got too excited. I should be the one apologizing." Dark Shadow has his own opinions on people, but he has never been so hostile to someone new before. "I hope you will still fight alongside me. If you were acting like Dark Shadow I wouldn't, whatever that brick house says, but so far you seem decent." Tokoyami stared at him, not commenting anything until Hitachi spoke to him. "Don't let him scare you. He can be the best friend you ever hoped for, if you earn it, and the bar isn't as high as he makes it seem." Hitachi went to find his teammate for the exercise and All Might, having finished making the teams, went on to selecting who was fighting who. "I declare the first teams to fight will be," All Might plunged his hands in the boxes with marked balls and pulled two out, "these guys. Team A will be the heroes. Team D will be the villains. Everyone else can head to the monitoring room to watch." Izuku barely listened to the last sentences. He and Tokoyami were Team A, and Team D was. He turned to look at Tinya and Bakugo, who was sending a murderous glare at him while explosions sparked on the thick gloves of his new costume. The thing even had gauntlets that looked like large grenades. Actually, there was nothing surprising there. The real question was, what was their purpose? Even in all his cockiness, Bakugo wasn't stupid enough to slow himself down with useless wrist weights. Izuku blinked, realizing he was going to battle with Bakugo and he was calmly evaluating his longtime enemy's clothes. He looked down at his hand. He wasn't shaking, not in the least bit. Actually, going up against Bakugo didn't feel any different than starting his regular daily training, though of course those tended to include Nomus. Bakugo was going to be in for a surprise. Things were going to be different than in the past. All Might handed everyone earpieces to communicate with and sent the villains inside the building while Izuku and Tokoyami waited to enter. "So, you know both our opponents. What shall we expect from them?" Tokoyami asked. Izuku brushed his chin, thinking. "Bakugo will leave Tinya behind and come after me. he won't care about you or the training scenario, and both of them know that. Tinya is more difficult to predict. I think he will probably stay near the bomb after Bakugo leaves, but I did suggest he could use that as a distraction, so there is a chance he might surprise us while we are focused on Bakugo. I don't know how fast Dark Shadow is, but if he can circle around you for all-around protection, that is probably your best chance to stop a surprise attack. Our options are to either fight Bakugo together or split up when he comes for me. You could use that time to find the bomb and we could meet again to attack together if you can't get past Tinya. I recommend we split up. That only works if you can beat Bakugo. I have to beat him, and not for the exercise. Izuku stared forward with a rare level of determination. I can see you are on a quest you must complete alone. I shall find the bomb while you exact the justice you seek. Izuku looked at his teammate, not saying a word. I too find him quite annoying and heard what you said about him yesterday, Tokoyami added. Show him the terror of the darkness he has inflicted on you. Izuku smiled. I will. They spent the remaining time going through the building floor plans and mentally marking the best routes for faster movement and evasion. All right. All Might's voice boomed from hidden speakers. Considering the time it would take for him to come from the monitoring room, there would be essentially no teacher interruption if Bakugo decided to go too far, or Izuku for that matter. Let's begin the indoor combat training. Team A and Team D, your time starts now. Trying to avoid the most obvious paths, Izuku and Tokoyami climbed in through a window and started quietly proceeding through the building with Izuku leading the way. His hands twitched, ready to strike, be it by cutting with flaming blade or tearing away the quirk of his opponent. One moment they were approaching a crossing of corridors. The next, with no warning, Bakugo flew around the corner and launched a large explosion at them. Izuku reacted in a split second, both jumping out of the way and pushing Tokoyami away at the same time. Izuku managed to stay on his feet after the impact and explosive shockwave, but Tokoyami fell on Dark Shadow, who appeared to catch him. Hey, watch it! The shadow creature shouted. Didn't I tell? Bakugo charged at Izuku. If he hadn't changed too much during the past year, his first move was going to be. Bakugo charged at Izuku and with a scream swung his right arm in a big right hook, just like he always started a fight. Izuku was ready for it and caught his arm, spun around, and threw Bakugo on his back on the floor. Bind him, Dark Shadow. No. What? Cease this foolishness and help Midoriya. Not going anywhere close to that guy. While they argued, Izuku shifted to bring his foot down on Bakugo in a big axe kick. Bakugo let out an explosion from one of his hands and spun out of the way just in time and flew back into a standing position. The two faced each other again, neither yielding a millimeter or bothering with any pointless words to each other. Go, Tokoyami! Izuku shouted. Bakugo took advantage of the distraction, propelled himself at Izuku with explosions and sunk his foot into Izuku's stomach. The impact felt like he was hit by a car and wasn't sure if it tore something inside his guts. The pain was certainly strong enough. They both flew several meters down the corridor from the impact before Bakugo halted his own momentum with small explosions and let Izuku crash on the floor in front of him. Still reeling from the impact, Izuku took advantage of his remaining momentum and managed a backflip to get back on his feet. That caught Bakugo off guard as he was charging again, expecting to attack someone already on the floor and not a fist heading for his chin. Part of Izuku wanted to activate the Dragon Blade at that moment and be done with all of this, forever, but punching Bakugo hard enough to knock him back was satisfying regardless. Unsurprisingly, it wasn't enough to knock out the exploding boy. Izuku had figured out long ago that Bakugo's quirk had to have some level of hidden durability enhancement or shock resistance to not maim or kill himself every time he set off explosions. Bakugo released explosions from one of his hands to spin around and hit Izuku with his grenade gauntlet. Izuku held back a yelp. He wasn't going to show weakness now, and Nomus could hit even harder, at least the new one. Bakugo tried to follow up with an explosive punch, but even he wasn't as fast as Izuku's father's air blasts. Izuku twisted out of the way, grabbed the extended arm, and tried to throw Bakugo on the ground again. Of course, it wasn't that easy. This time Bakugo was ready and the fight degraded into a mix of wrestling and punching on the floor where both were hammering each other. Izuku could feel something breaking and healing when Bakugo punched him in the face, but being on top for the moment, Izuku could deliver equal responses as blood splatter from both stained the floor. Enough! Bakugo screamed. Die! Realizing what was coming, Izuku barely had time to bring both his arm in front of his face and light dragon blades in the shape of shields, as dense as he could make them. He leaned back to not take the explosion head on, but the shockwave still threw him off Bakugo and left him groaning on his back on the floor. Steps and heavy breathing approached Izuku, who briefly squeezed his eyes shut to fake more incapacitating pain than he was actually experiencing. There was pain, plenty of it, but he had had his arms broken too many times to let this shock him out of the battle. Without changing his expression, he drew on the calm mind to ignore even that, as he only focused on his enemy with every other sense. The heavy breathing was right above him. He could even tell roughly where Bakugo's head was from the sound of his breathing. The consistent breathing was interrupted by a huff laced with the arrogance of an overconfident person thinking he had won. New steps and feet dragging against the floor revealed Bakugo turning around. You were never going to beat me. Even with a villain quirk, you're just useless. Deku dash. With a single quick motion, Izuku had swiped Bakugo's feet from under him. Bakugo caught himself with his hands and used explosions to push against the ground and return to his feet, but it was already too late. Izuku jumped up and at Bakugo's back, slamming him on his stomach. Having had enough of the battle, Izuku without hesitation slammed his hand on the back of Bakugo's head. The other snaked around Bakugo's neck. Izuku could have choked him from that position, but he was more concerned with holding on at any cost until his deed was done. Don't you dare, Deku! Bakugo was thrashing hard, a set of another explosion strong enough to lift them both off the floor and slam Izuku against the wall fired off, but Izuku only squeezed harder, refusing to let go. He could feel the explosion quirk inside Bakugo and grabbed it with none of the carefulness he usually applied. Soon Bakugo literally roared like an animal, but his movements slowed as his body tensed. He was gasping for air with whimpers of pain in between. You shouldn't have resisted, Izuku whispered, his words cold as ice. He released his grip and pushed a whimpering Bakugo off him. The formerly explosive blonde fell on the floor and simply stared up at the ceiling as Izuku rose to his feet. He took off one of his gloves and held open the hand, making sure it was visible to a nearby monitoring camera. He already had a little experience with this quirk from when his All-for-One first appeared, so after a brief moment of focus, small explosions sparkled on his palm. He looked straight at the camera, closed his hand into a fist and turned around. Only at the last moment he remembered the rules of the fight and pulled a capture tape from his belt. It only took a few seconds to wrap it around Bakugo's arms. There wasn't a word in response to him taking down an opponent. Considering All Might's taste for theatrics and unnecessarily loud shouting, he was either smart enough to not give away intel to the training students, or the man was having flashbacks to his previous meetings with Izuku's father. Izuku turned again to leave, but he only took a few steps before Bakugo spoke, just whispers at first but getting louder with every repeat. Give it back. 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 Bakugo had already risen to a sitting position with a stare that still looked, well, empty, for the lack of a better word, but his face was twisting in rage. His arms bulged, tensed, and shook against the capture tape. You already lost, Izuku said. Get out while I go fight Tenya and maybe I'll give your quirk back. You will give it back now. Bakugo screamed. The capture tape snapped in two and he charged at Izuku. Of course, he started with the right hook again. Izuku stepped aside and instead of throwing Bakugo like before, he detonated a small explosion next to Bakugo's face. It was more like a smoke bomb, but to Bakugo the shock of being hit by his own quirk was like a nuke going off outside. He barely avoided falling on the floor again. "Young Bakugo, you've lost, stop fighting." All Might's voice came from speakers. Neither of them cared. "I will kill you. You didn't even beat me with your quirk that is supposedly so great. You think you can kill me now as a quirkless? Oh, you might have stolen my quirk, but don't think I can't kill little useless Deku. I may not be able to produce explosive sweat now, but these gauntlets are not just for show. They have been storing up my sweat since I put them on for one monster blast." Bakugo raised his arm and pointed one of the gauntlets. He pulled a literal pin out of it. "Young Bakugo, don't do it!" All Might shouted. "You'll kill him." Izuku was pretty sure he'd survive the blast, but not without having to explain his regeneration quirk. The nearest side corridor was too far, and the reinforced walls didn't have as much as a door anywhere near. He could see a glow of death sparking inside the gauntlet with Bakugo's near-insane stare behind it. Izuku ran at Bakugo. In a last desperate try he reached forward and slapped the gauntlet just to move it a little bit as he dove in the opposite direction. The entire world turned into light and ear-rupturing noise. Izuku could feel burning heat through his supposedly fire-resistant suit as the flash blinded him. Favorite, story author follow, story author. Fanfiction unleash your imagination. Rubberization, and in the Team Midoriya corner we have. Proofread by 3D Phantom. Chapter 22, Battle Training Part 2. Izuku's ears were still ringing as his vision started returning, though it didn't do him much good with the decimated corridor filled with dust impeding his sight. He coughed, missing the built-in gas mask of his black costume. "Deku!" Bakugo screamed, still raging. He emerged from the dust, his skin reddened and wounds from shrapnel all over it. His arm in particular, the one with the gauntlet he had fired from, was hanging limp and visibly busted. Half of it was purple like one giant bruise. Bakugo had never been injured by his quirk like that. Of course, it wasn't his quirk anymore. And despite all that, he started shakily raising his other arm to point its gauntlet at Izuku at point-blank range, too deranged to realize that using it would kill them both, as far as he knew at least. There was a quick swish as Izuku's dragon blade ignited and in a single swing cut off the gauntlet's handle Bakugo used to set off the explosion. Izuku followed with a punch to the face, and second, and third. After the fourth one, Bakugo wasn't trying to straighten himself back up as fast and blood was dipping down his chin. Izuku pushed him against the partially collapsed wall, one arm against his chest, the other holding a bright blue dragon blade in front of Bakugo's face where he could easily deliver a fatal blow. He spoke very slowly. "You lost. Stop before you kill someone." "Never." Bakugo shouted, spitting blood on Izuku's face. "If you think I would surrender to a villain like you, you're insane. I will beat you and the others will see things like I do soon enough. I will destroy you. You will be done for, and the same goes for the idiots that take your side, especially the Motorhead and your brainwashing villain Fr." Bakugo fell quiet as Izuku swung his blade closer to him. The dragon blade shined even brighter than before and Izuku was holding it close enough to Bakugo's neck to make his skin blister. Izuku himself leaned in close enough that the heat was uncomfortable on his own neck. His voice when he spoke, on the other hand, was the coldest and most threatening it had ever been. "If you have a problem with me, you can come fight me. I even welcome it. I am no longer the weak kid you could push around." Izuku fell quiet for several seconds, but if you as much as pick a hair from one of those two's heads I will kill you with your own quirk, and I will do it slowly till even your mother can't recognize what is left of you. His father would have been so proud. Throughout the whole thing Izuku didn't break eye contact or even blink. He gave no reason to even imagine him being anything but 100% serious with his threat. Seeing genuine fear in Bakugo's eyes was truly satisfying. "I am here!" All Might shouted from down the corridor. Izuku's blade flashed just a little hotter, making Bakugo jolt, before Izuku extinguished it and grabbed Bakugo's tank top. He threw his former nightmare to the ground like a bag of trash. "Young Bakugo, don't!" All Might started saying when he arrived and stopped to look at the boy laying in a heap on the floor, then at Izuku standing over him. His costume was half torn or blown away, with what was left of the upper half hanging by a narrow strip of fabric from one shoulder. His body was covered in scratches, bruises, and burns. He wasn't allowing the regeneration quirk to heal. As satisfying as it would have been to stand over defeated Bakugo completely unharmed, he didn't want them knowing about that quirk. He thought he saw a hint of fear in the so-called hero's eyes. "He attacked me after I had already captured him," Izuku said, trying to not show his feelings to the large man, "and tried to kill me. He stole my quirk." Bakugo screamed, struggling to get up. Midoriya, All Might started and paused, used his quirk legitimately to win a training battle. "You used your quirk, at least indirectly, after you had already lost, and in a way that could have killed him." He looked around at the destroyed corridor. "Both of you. We will have a talk with Aizawa and Principal Nizu after the exercise. They will likely call your parents to join us. Are Tinya and Tokoyami okay?" Izuku asked, paying no attention to All Might, who was lifting Bakugo from the floor with surprisingly little resistance. "Young Ida is unharmed. I told him to remain where his is while the training is halted. Tokoyami was not harmed by the explosion but returned to the area we lost cameras on." "I'm here," Tokoyami called from the opposite end of the corridor. "I came back to look for Midoriya after that explosion." He got a thumbs up from All Might. "Excellent work considering your teammate. Young Midoriya, how are you feeling? Can you continue?" "Yes." "Are you sure? After such impacts you could have injuries that aren't visible. Are you feeling okay, no nausea or lightheadedness?" "No," Izuku said and turned his back to the man. "Are you going to end the training or continue it?" "I don't feel like just standing here. Considering the three of you can still fight, I see no reason to stop the training, but you need to stay away from the damaged area. Wait on this floor until I have evacuated Bakugo. I will announce when the training continues. Also, take my earpiece, Midoriya. Yours seems to have broken." Izuku took the offered device after confirming his wasn't even in his ear anymore and followed All Might away from the devastated corridor while the man carried Bakugo, who began screaming murder again at the thought of being taken away from the one holding his quirk. For the first time Izuku took a good look at the damage. Him slapping Bakugo's gauntlet had redirected the explosion slightly to the side, carving an expanding scar on the corridor wall before busting all the way through the side and end walls into adjacent rooms that seemed quite wrecked. What kind of person would give someone so deranged such a deadly weapon? He waited in a different corridor with Tokoyami for All Might to restart the training. Izuku focused on his breathing and on calming down from the roller coaster of emotion that was his previous fight. He still couldn't help but notice Tokoyami making nervous glances at him. Izuku turned toward him. "Is everything alright?" The black mass of dark shadow emerged from Tokoyami's body. "Not a step closer, villain, or you'll wish the Boom Boy was back here." Izuku sighed, too tired from fighting Bakugo to deal with the sentient quirk's antics. "What is it that makes you act so hostile with me? From how Tokoyami talked about it, you don't act like this usually." "No, he doesn't," Tokoyami said. "I don't understand why. Has he ever called people villains?" Izuku asked, brushing his chin. "No, only once when he caught a purse snatcher when I was younger. Because that guy was bad news, just like this one, Dark Shadow insisted. So, he probably has a problem with my quirk, like most people. Can't say I'm surprised. Izuku held up his bare hand and let small explosions sparkle on it for Tokoyami to see. I wonder how the rest of the class is going to take this. I don't care what they think, Dark Shadow interrupted. You will not take me from Fumi. Izuku blinked. Is that what this is about? You think I am going to use my quirk to take you away? Didn't you just take someone else's quirk away? Yeah, but he was my enemy, and his quirk isn't sentient. Just because I can do something doesn't mean I will, and I can't think of anything stupider than stealing a sentient quirk. Yeah, that's what you say. You don't need to trust me, Izuku corrected, just think. You seem capable of thinking, right? You aren't just some extension of Tokoyama's body he can control at will. You have your own personality, obviously. That doesn't mean I'm not part of him, and I like it that way. I know. I have read that sentient quirks are very attached to whoever has them, and if Tokoyami can't fully control you, that would apply to me too if I took you from him. You believe it would? I would tear you apart rather than let that happen. And since we both know that, why do you think I would risk trying to steal you from Tokoyami? Well, you might. It would be really stupid of me. He's right, Dark Shadow. I've been trying to tell you, Tokoyami said, clear irritation in his voice. Even if he was a fellow creature of the night. Creature of the night? Izuku asked, wary. I do not mean it negatively, Tokoyami said quickly. People often misunderstand my interests in dark themes or expressions for such. I see, Izuku said, Dark Shadow. I am not going to take you from Tokoyami, but if we can't work together, he'll look bad in the training. The black quirk creature stared at him for a long moment and then huffed. I will cooperate, but don't think I'm not keeping an eye on you. Izuku rolled his eyes but didn't comment more to the suspicious quirk. Everyone ready? All Might sound echoed through the building. The training battle recommences now. Okay, Izuku said. You lead the way. You had more time to investigate the building and Dark Shadow can scout ahead. You want me to get further away from Fumi? The quirk asked with obvious suspicion. Dark Shadow, Tokoyami commanded. Fine. The quirk stretched ahead of them as they got to the nearest stairwell and started climbing. They proceeded floor by floor just quick enough to peek into every room, with Dark Shadow doing most of the peeking. What do you think Ida is going to do now? Tokoyami asked as they ran. The options are the same as before. Either he sticks to the bomb to not leave it alone or he tries to catch us by surprise with a sudden attack. Normally I'd say Tinya is going to play it safe and guard the bomb, especially since he can't use Bakugo as a distraction anymore, but he is facing 2-on-1 so he might. Dark Shadow peeked on another room and got a face full of armored leg. The shadow creature got launched through the opposite door. Tinya barely stopped his momentum before doing the same, he needed to train that more. At least his difficulty of changing direction gave Izuku enough time to push Tokoyami aside and raise his arms before Tinya came for them. The fiery shields formed over his hands just before a spinning kick hit them. The force shook every bone in Izuku's body and launched him several meters backwards. Tinya turned against Tokoyami but Dark Shadow was already back and trying to surround Tinya, who jumped out before the quirk could fully encircle him. Izuku took a few seconds to recover from Tinya's attack and then inched closer, looking for an opening. Forgetting he didn't need to watch for any other enemies, he glanced around and into a side corridor they were standing next to. The room Tinya had come from was on that side. Even if he decided to go on offensive, maybe he wouldn't have left too far from the bomb. There wasn't much time left. Tinya could win just by holding them there for a moment. Izuku bolted to the side corridor and used the earpiece to talk with Tokoyami. Try to hold him there. Izuku turned into a parallel corridor. There were multiple doors all closed with no sign of one being more important than another, but considering how far down the corridor Dark Shadow had been when Tinya attacked him, Izuku quickly counted the doors. Either the bomb was in the room where Tinya had attacked from, or the door at the end of the corridor was wide open, hanging from a hinge and blackened in the middle, like a walking explosives factory had busted it open, too impatient to open the door normally. The fake bomb was even visible through it. Izuku ran towards the broken door with speed accumulated from a year of harsh physical training. Midoriya! Tokoyami shouted in his ear, he's calm dash. A door behind Izuku flew off its hinges as Tinya kicked through it and landed behind Izuku, only bumping on the wall slightly. Ing. You've improved your braking, Izuku congratulated and kept running. There was no way he could get to the bomb before Tinya caught him, and same went for Tokoyami, except Izuku remembered how Bakugo had propelled himself with explosions in both the entrance exam and the quirk apprehension test. There was some risk, especially while hiding his regeneration ability, but Izuku pointed his arms backwards. He could already hear Tinya's engine sound closing in. It took a bit of focus to adjust how much power he thought he was putting in the explosion. First there was a little spark. Then there was a huge boom and scream as Izuku felt like his arms were trying to tear themselves off. Bakugo really did this for any prolonged distance. By the time the thought reached Izuku's head, he was already through the door, having somehow aimed perfectly. A fraction of a second later all air escaped his lungs and the cabinet-sized fake bomb fell on its side from the impact and Izuku slid down its side. He let himself fall on his back, breathing hard as he came back from the high of battle with a giant grin on his face. If there was one thing in the world he could agree on with Bakugo, it was that winning was nice. He was also surprised his ribs hadn't cracked from the impact. If he had had time he would have investigated if the explosion quirk really had hidden side effects. Descending on that pit of muttering, he almost missed the caped gorilla's shout. The heroes win. There was another shout he did not miss. Izuku. Izuku pushed himself to a sitting position to face Tinya, who had finally arrived in the room. His armor-like costume was missing some pieces and largely blackened, at least on the front side, but the larger teen moved with no sign of being hindered by serious injury or pain. Still, Izuku couldn't be sure. I didn't hurt you, right? What? No, not really. I was surprised. You were able to catch me off guard with that explosion. I should have expected that possibility after Bakugo was defeated. Yes, you should have, Izuku agreed and jumped on his feet in a single quick motion. Are you uninjured? Tinya asked this time. I'm okay, or at least no worse off than after beating McBoom. Well, that was quite a bump, I guess. Izuku nodded towards the fallen bomb with a dent on its side. Tinya didn't look convinced. Are you sure you're okay? Yes. Izuku looked away from Tinya and back at the dented bomb, though I might owe that to Bakugo's quirk. I see, Tinya said. I won't tell him if you don't. Too late for that, Izuku said and pointed at the earpiece transmitting everything they said. He sighed. Let's get out of here. They joined Tokoyami, who had considerately waited outside the room, and headed back downstairs. Izuku spent most of the time stretching his arms. They still felt like they might fall off because of the force from the explosion. He hadn't felt like that since after his early training sessions with his father and Kurogiri. It was a calm walk until they passed a side corridor leading to where Izuku and Bakugo had fought. Tinya walked all the way past it and then took a step back to look at the destroyed area. What happened here? Bakugo, Izuku responded without stopping. Forget not being injured. How are you still alive? Tinya said and took a few running steps to catch up. Training. When did we train to survive getting a building dropped on us? When we tried to not get blitzed by you. You can survive anything if you get out of the way before it hits you. No one had a counter-argument for that, so they got out talking about the short fight between Tinya and Dark Shadow. All Might was already coming with the next teams, Hitachi, a guy with a tail, Ajiro, if Izuku remembered the name correctly, Shoji, and Endeavor's son Todoroki. Hitachi ran ahead to Izuku's group. Izuku glanced at Tinya covered in dark soot and then down at himself. "We are okay," he said before Hitachi could ask. I beat him. I beat Bakugo. You should have seen his face when he realized I got him." Izuku held up his open hand and let small explosions sparkle on it. Hitachi softly punched his shoulder. "I knew you would, even if you look like you got sucked through a jet engine." Both of them smiled at that. "It is good that you are still standing, Midoriya, but you should still go see Recovery Girl to be safe. You can return young Bakugo's quirk there." "I'll go after Toshi's match," Izuku said more rudely than he should have, trying to maintain his cover. "I don't want to miss it." "Toshi?" All Might asked. Izuku pointed at Hitachi. "I see. I think that is okay. Villain team, follow me inside. Heroes, wait here. Show them what you got," Izuku told Hitachi with a smile. "If you lose, you'll pay for it during our evening training." Hitachi gulped and followed All Might inside. Izuku glanced at his opponents. Even with all their training, Hitachi could hardly win in direct physical combat, but Izuku was confident he would surprise the hero team. A moment later, All Might came back out and led the trio to the control room. As soon as Izuku and his two companions stepped into the room, everyone turned to face them. Izuku drew a deep breath and observed carefully how everyone acted. A few stepped back when Izuku got close, and he was confident it was not because of his slightly disturbing appearance. There were exceptions though, like Kirishima. "Hey Midoriya, that was a totally manly battle. Even using Bakugo's quirk was somehow manly." "Somehow?" Izuku asked, raising his eyebrows. "Well, I mean, even if it was an exercise, stealing is kind of wrong. If a villain tries to shoot you and you take away his gun, is that wrong?" Izuku asked. "Well, no, B. There is no but," Izuku said and turned away from the redhead. Maybe he wasn't a bad person, but he was still raised into the prejudices of this society. Izuku much preferred to focus on the large screens across one of the walls. Hitachi and Ajiro were already standing by the now dented fake bomb, though apparently in a different room. Something poked at the back of his leg. Tinya had found a chair from somewhere and was offering it to him. "I know I can't convince you to leave before this fight is over, but you should at least sit down." Izuku nodded and sat down. Tinya remained standing next to him, and surprisingly Tokoyami stayed almost as close on the other side. The rest at least gave them space. All Might was looking at him from a few meters away, but turned his head as soon as Izuku's narrowed eyes met his gaze. "Right, the preparation time is almost over." He held up the little microphone in his hand. Or, maybe it was a normal-sized microphone and just looked small in the boisterous hero's giant hands. "Are you ready? You know the whole point of the speaker system is that you don't need to shout all the time?" Izuku asked. A girl with dark purple hair and headphone jacks for earlobes nodded at that. All Might glanced at him and continued, slightly less loudly. "Your time begins, now." Shoji was the first one to enter the building, spreading all his arms out with ears on each one of them. Almost instinctually Izuku's hand moved to get his notebook from its holder. Only halfway into the motion concern rose, and he twisted to see if the notebook had survived. The corner of its holder was torched, and the notebook was blackened and torn from that corner, but at least his notes were mostly safe. By the time Todoroki walked into the building, half of his body was covered in ice and Izuku was already scribbling notes. "Where did he get that?" someone asked in the background, but Izuku didn't have time to see who. He was too focused on being surprised that Shoji was stepping back outside as Todoroki already declared victory. Then Izuku blinked and the whole building was covered in ice. He instantly looked for the screens showing the villain team. To his relief, both Hitachi and Ajiro were okay, and just had their feet frozen onto the floor. With his concern relieved, Izuku was free to nerd out over Todoroki's quirk. If he ever wanted to take the quirk of any of his classmates other than Bakugo, Todoroki was certainly high on the list, even if it took Izuku years to reach the same ice output. Todoroki then simply walked inside with seemingly no worry in the world. Hitachi and Ajiro were still stuck in the ice, stunned at what had happened. "Don't just stand there," Izuku whispered, and almost like Hitachi had heard Izuku, he began hitting the ice with his arm guard and spoke to Ajiro. "Use your tail to break the ice." After a few seconds Ajiro did as Hitachi said, but never responded out loud. Actually, Izuku noticed him pressing his lips tighter together. Onto the blacklist Ajiro went. Getting out of the ice faster than Hitachi and even slamming the rest of the ice trapping Hitachi with his tail weren't enough to change that. They didn't have time to take advantage of that situation as Todoroki walked into the room. Ajiro leaped at Todoroki, propelling himself with his tail, but Todoroki slightly twisted his right foot. A burst of ice rushed across the floor until an ice pillar burst out of it right below Ajiro. In less than a second his attack was stopped, and he was completely trapped by the ice pillar. Gasps and statements of wonder filled the monitoring room. Izuku wondered how much about that had come from the quirk and how much from training. "It's not your fault. We are just playing on different levels," Todoroki said. He launched a similar attack towards Hitachi only for his eyes to widen as Hitachi darted to the side, avoiding the ice. The rest of the class observing were equally impressed. "That attack is fast, but not as fast as Tinya," Izuku commented. The taller teen.
So guys, this thing to actually calculate again. See, the thing is having a problem with it.
Simply nodded as Hitachi dodged another ice attack and hid behind Ajiro's ice pillar while talking to Todoroki. "He improved greatly during our training," Tinya said. "I have only ever fought two people who are more difficult to hit." "So," Hitachi said back in the training building, "I guess you've been observant enough to hear how my quirk works, since Mr. Boom Boom made me use it yesterday." Todoroki didn't answer and instead sent a much wider wave of ice that passed around both sides of Ajiro's ice pillar and finally caught Hitachi, freezing his feet on the floor again. "Well, he did pretty well, I guess, Kuro," one of the girls said. "He's not done yet," Izuku said, smiling. Even All Might glanced at him with a question in his eyes, but the fight wasn't over yet and there wasn't time for explanations as Hitachi kept talking. "Izuku might have explained my quirk to half of the class, but did he ever mention my father's quirk?" People in the monitoring room stared at the screen confused. Their feelings were reflected on Todoroki's face, but he had enough self-control to not respond. "Boo!" Todoroki jolted and spun around, apparently ready to attack, with a small burst of fire flashing on his left arm, but in the process he forgot to keep his mouth shut. "Wah!" He stopped suddenly as if he was caught in his own ice and a devious smirk creeped onto Hitachi's face. "Told you," Izuku said. "Get rid of this ice and then let me restrain you." "How did he?" the headphone jack girl asked. There is no way Todoroki would have fallen for that after staying quiet for so long, Yayorosa stated the obvious. "He said something about his father's queer." She paused mid-sentence. Her head turned slowly away from the screen towards Izuku. Everyone except Tinya followed her example one by one. Izuku himself started squirming on his seat, getting uneasy with the constant and increasing attention. Some of these people hadn't reacted to him too badly, but not all were friendly either, and things could change. They were already wary about him taking Bakugo's quirk and now were increasingly focused on him. In his life so far it had usually meant nothing good and All Might's presence didn't help. He was torn between hatred and grief every time the man spoke. "Izuku?" Tinya asked, noticing his uncomfortable squirming. "Sorry, it has been quite a lot for one day." Are you sure you are okay? All Might came closer. It would be wisest to go to. He reached his hand to grab Izuku's shoulder. There was a lot that Izuku had tolerated and held himself back on, but that was too much. Just as the hand that had taken his father from him was about to reach him, Izuku jolted up and away from the man. His chair fell on the floor, the sound of the impact mixed in with the sizzle of a blue dragon blade. Izuku's other hand was partially open. All for one burned inside him, wanting to be used. Everyone jumped back. Even All Might took a step away as Izuku literally hissed at him. "Don't touch me." "Midoriya," All Might started, but his voice only made Izuku's expression harden. "Izuku." Izuku blinked and glanced at Tinya. He didn't resist when the larger teen grabbed his arm right above the burning blade. He even reduced the temperature instinctually with Tinya's hand so close, and the blade turned into a more traditional orange. Tinya used his other hand to pull the chair back up. Izuku finally extinguished his blade once Tinya was standing between him and All Might. He looked at the floor. "Sorry." "Wow, what was that about?" one of the boys with blonde hair asked, Kaminari. "If Izuku wasn't wrong, Midoriya, Ida. It is not my place to tell, and I ask that you do not try to inquire about the matter from Izuku. You will only make things worse," Tinya said firmly and turned to face All Might. "With all due respect, sir. Do not try to touch him, or come closer than you have to." Very well," All Might responded. "How is Toshi doing?" Izuku asked, trying to ignore the large man. "He just tied up Todoroki with the capture tape," Yaoyorozu answered. "How many quirks have you given him?" Many of the slower members of the class looked surprised as she stated something that apparently hadn't been obvious yet. "He has 2 quirks, Izuku said quietly. "Toshi's father wanted to help him and gave him his own quirk after we got admitted to UA. So manly," Kirishima said randomly. "Wait, you can give quirks to other people?" Kaminari asked. "If I choose to and someone gives up a quirk to give away," Izuku said, now focused on the screens again. Shoji had realized something had gone wrong and was running through the building with extra ears formed on his arms. He reached the correct floor with little time to spare. Ajiro jumped out of a nearby door, trying to catch his opponent by surprise like Tinya had done, but before his tail even swung at Shoji, the 6-armed teen was already ready to grab it and swung Ajiro on the ground much like Izuku had done to Bakugo. Izuku smiled. Ajiro deserved that after how he treated Hitachi. "Hey!" Hitachi shouted from down the corridor. Shoji visibly shook, but he didn't say anything to respond. Even as 3 of his arms extended and split to restrain Ajiro, the rest of him was frozen in place and staring at Hitachi. A few seconds later he slapped one of his free hands on the mask covering his mouth and began running at Hitachi. "What is wrong, Octopus Man?" Even though Izuku knew Hitachi was just trying to make Shoji respond, he grimaced at the insult that Shoji most certainly had heard too many times. Hitachi's words seemed to shake Shoji, so he was likely also using surprise with his words. Still, Shoji resisted and reached out with his remaining 2 arms that stretched towards Hitachi at high speed. He evaded them with the same grace he had done with Todoroki's ice and slammed Shoji's arm with one of his forearm guards. It was unclear if he managed to actually hurt Shoji, but it didn't seem to slow down his 6-armed opponent, who promptly spun around and threw Ajiro at him. Hitachi avoided his flying ally, but in the narrow corridor it was enough of a distraction that he narrowly failed to do the same with Shoji's second grapple, this time not slowed down by dragging around another person. His opponent's much thicker arms fully encircled and restrained Hitachi, and Ajiro suffered the same fate almost at the same time. Izuku's face dropped seeing Hitachi lose, but the analytical side of his mind was already hard at work on picking the fight apart. "It is quite surprising that Shoji was able to resist responding to Hitachi," Tinya commented. "Yes," Izuku mumbled and brushed his chin. "He has used his transforming arms to speak so far. Maybe he can't or isn't used to speaking normally, with his normal mouth. That could have impacted his instincts when reacting to surprise. Or maybe he is just more focused and could resist it unusually well. The hero team wins. All Might declared, and Izuku tensed. Then he got up. I guess I'll go to see the nurse. At least the loudmouth won't be there. That is good, Tinya said, though can you do that without ending up in another fight with Bakugo? Izuku froze. Shit. Language, All Might said. Shut up, All Might. Izuku, Tinya pleaded. Izuku took a deep breath and sat back down, trying to ignore the muttering of the class. I'll go after Bakugo gets kicked out of there. Midoriya. All Might said with some mix of concern and demand. Shouldn't you be preparing the next teams for their battle? Izuku asked. Right, the so-called hero said slowly and left the room with the next group of students. Izuku visibly relaxed, and while he wasn't ready to slump down in front of most of the class, he did lean against the backrest of his chair, looking at the ceiling. He had probably screwed up again and would need to come up with an excuse of hating All Might that didn't involve his father. Oh wait. He didn't. The man already represented everything he hated in this society, and then there was. Izuku sniffed as the thought of his mother came to his mind. Izuku. Bad memories, Izuku whispered to Tinya. Bakugo and All Might on the same day. Going to have nightmares tonight. So, a cloak of darkness shadows your life as well. Tokoyami commented. Dark Shadow peeked out from behind him without a word. You don't know half of it, Izuku admitted, or perhaps understated, and closed his eyes. He was tired and didn't care about the whispered discussions around him. Approaching footsteps and All Might's voice, on the other hand. I can convince him, Hitashi's voice came from the open door. Izuku opened his eyes and leaned even further back to see the door behind him, although upside down. I hope you don't mean with your quirk. If he was in a bad enough condition to justify that, you would not have let him wait. I hope. Izuku looked at Tinya. Seems I won't have a choice to not see Recovery Girl. Toshi has turned traitor and allied with All Might. That means he is worried for you. Maybe, he can come along to brainwash Bakugo if he tries to attack you. No. After all that Bakugo did, I don't want either of you near him. He has gotten even more deranged than before. Then it's good we don't have to, Hitachi commented, having come in while they talked. All Might called Recovery Girl. Apparently, you didn't hurt Bakugo enough, since she is already going to transfer him somewhere else and doesn't think he needs more of her treatments right now. Okay, then I'll go, Izuku responded and looked at All Might as he got up. At least it should be less noisy there. He turned back to face his friends. Not sure how long this is going to take, but at least we'll see each other after school for our own training. Both of you lost. Have to fix that. Both of them shuddered as Izuku walked out of the room. Favorite, story author follow, story author.
Oh my god, he hasn't heard me. Sorry, please like, maybe, subscribe if you're new. If I will continue with, I'm gonna go to Assassin's Creed.